keep an eye on who wants to speak next when we get to the point where we're answering any questions. But today's going to be a little bit of a test run, so we'll just see how we do. First up, we have an update from the chamber. So I think, is staff going to start us off, or are we just going to go straight to Josie?
So we're going to turn that over to Josie, I believe, to go ahead and do the chamber update.
Perfect. Okay, welcome, Josie.
All right, thanks for having me. So am I able to share my screen? I do have a PowerPoint. Is that okay if I go ahead and do that?
It would be great. Go ahead and try it, and if you don't have permission, we'll try to figure out how to get you there.
Rob
is now joining.
I'm going to move around here, see if I can get a different lighting going on here.
We are live, Valerie.
I know. I'll unmute myself. I'm just talking.
So can you guys see my screen?
Yes, I see bears.
Okay, perfect. Do you see the full screen now?
Yeah, I see the side. I can see the side slideshow and everything.
Okay, because it's not showing me. So I'll try to keep it. But thanks for having me again, and I'm just going to kind of give an update on the visitor center mostly, and then just some updates on where the chamber is at. But as you can see,
Josie, as you get started, maybe if you do so we can see it a little better, if you click the the actual slideshow down on the bottom right, we'll have your full slideshow.
Okay, can you see it now? Because I have it in the full slideshow mode.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you. Because it's hard to see on my side what you guys are seeing. But thanks for having me. I'm going to give just a rundown on the Visitor Center, which we've been operating since 1996. So this is kind of a view. We had lots of construction up between 6th and Morgan. So unfortunately, lots of the landscaping had been torn out, but hopefully you can see it now by the welcome sign. Thanks to the city and ODOT, it's all back to its beautiful scenery, and it's looking great. So I just wanted to share that was finally done because it was looking a little bad. And it's being a welcome sign. We want to make sure it's very inviting to all that come off of I-5. And here's just some pictures of what the Visitor Center currently looks like. And we encourage you, if you haven't been up to the Visitor Center in a while, we are operating at full hours. So please come and see us. Of course, we have the electric charging station. We also have the Sister Bear, who is actually there all year long. And thank you to Evergreen, who just did a big update on it. So it's freshly painted and looking very nice. And I'm sure you've seen in the news, we do have a caveman twin that arrived in Grants Pass, and we were very excited. He stopped by the Visitor Center. So you see the photo of him with his big brother, and lots of people are really excited about this, where it will go, but we just wanted to share that, as lots of people have been asking us about the twin. They do look a little different since ours was a little bit remodeled after it had that incident with the face. So I wanted to get into the numbers of where we are with the Visitor Center. This is actually average when we have a much better year without COVID. I wanted to make sure that you
is now joining
those numbers. We usually have about 7,500 to 8,000, up to 4,000 phone calls, and we send out over 1,000 relocation and visitor packets. And our website, grantspasschamber.org, which we also have a community calendar, receives over 2 million hits every year. And we also create packets for different conferences and events, up to 1,000. And just so you know, all these numbers are not including any Chamber of Commerce business or locals that come up. These are purely the visitors from outside of our area that come in or call. So of course, like all of us, COVID has had a huge implication. Since we ran the visitor center and were considered a private nonprofit, we did actually have to shut down a little bit in January, February, and March. So that impacted our numbers a lot. We were still operating, but people had to make an appointments or make arrangements with us because we were following governor's orders. And then we started picking up, having amazing numbers at the visitor center. And when COVID numbers continued to spike again in August, we have seen a huge downfall in numbers. But between it all, you know, the chamber has continued to answer phones. We even relayed them to our cell phones when we were not in the office under mandatory shutdowns. And we were a huge resource for our residents, visitors, and businesses through this very hard time.
Rob?
Is now exiting.
So I've already showed this to you when I gave my last presentation. These were our 2020 numbers, but I wanted you to be able to compare them to, I'll give you the 2021 numbers next. So you can see these numbers are nothing compared to what we usually had. You know, the summers would get a little bit better, but lots of people were deciding to not come into the visitor center. They maybe were visiting our area, but they either had us email stuff to them or made arrangements on their cell phone through phone calls rather than coming in. But if you go to our 2021, things are picking up a little bit better. June and July, we were picking up to more regular numbers, seeing a lot of people traveling. And we started to do quite a few event packets. We were starting to see a lot more conferences come back. But the relocation and vacation packets were nowhere where we usually are. And of course, visitor numbers and phone calls are not close to what we usually have. And once August hit, we started dwindling again, when usually August is a pretty big month for us. And September usually is too, but we've been pretty quiet. So COVID has had a pretty big impact on us. So of course, the visitors that we get, they're usually traveling on I-5. They usually stop with us to book trips later, so they're collecting material for their new trip in the future. They love to come in, get different brochures, check out what we have to do. We also help extend people's stay in Grants Pass. Lots of people might just be coming for the day and then they learn, oh my gosh, there's so many great attractions in Grants Pass in Josephine County that they do. Maybe they'll stay the night if there's an open hotel room. And so I'm very excited once the DMO starts going and they start marketing in advance, so we get even more people coming through and we can help
Rob?
on
Is
that
now
journey,
joining.
so that they have a great experience in our community. So the visitors that we have been seeing, we are seeing them from all over the U.S., New York, California, Nevada, Arkansas, Pennsylvania, all the way to Florida and Minnesota. I mean, they've been coming from all different states, a little bit from Canada, but we're not seeing the international travel we usually see. Usually we get quite a few people from Germany, and we're really not seeing that right now. So it's been interesting. A lot of visitors from in our country, but not from outside, which makes sense of how that's been working. I kind of wanted to give an update on the different issues that we've been seeing this year. So we did have to update a large portion of our irrigation for our landscaping. If you've been to the visitor center, we have beautiful trees of all different kinds, but they continue to cause problems with our irrigation. So we did a big upgrade where we actually put more drip line rather than under the ground to avoid the tree roots. And then unfortunately, especially the irrigation off 6th Street. People continue to vandalism. The vandalism has been bad. People are messing with our sprinkler heads, so we've had to replace it quite a bit. We get a lot of people that try to walk across rather than using the sidewalks, and they damage it from walking on it. So we've continued to update that. We've had a horrible year for waste and trash left over on our facilities. Art is our customer service and maintenance, and he just continues to pick up trash of all kinds, needles, everything. And it's been worse this year than it's ever been. We've had to increase security. I mean, just last week, 2 problems that we were dealing with was we had, unfortunately, a prostitute on site. And because of the situation, we ended up having to call the police, but there was nothing they could do. So unfortunately, they stayed on our property and even approached some of our visitors. We also had another gentleman that took out a knife and started cutting our kiosks. And this is happening during the day, and then of course at night there's a whole new problem. So it's been kind of a rough year for that, and we've had to put in a lot of more security and extra time to manage that. So that's been very unfortunate, which I know it's a huge problem for the whole city. On a lighter note, we are adding new volunteers. We just welcomed Beverly Ward. She started in July, and she has a 40-year career in real estate. She's very friendly, very outgoing, loves helping our visitors, and has also volunteered with Red Cross and CASA. And her favorite thing to do is to visit the wineries in the Applegate Valley. So of course we get lots of questions on that, so she is great to help them. We also will have a new volunteer start this week. Her name is Janelle Gooch, and that will put us up to 14 volunteers, which is right about where we would like to be, and they volunteer over 5,000 hours every year, and they all are experts in our community and really help people see the amazing things we have to offer. So we were going to do a wine tasting out at Troon in August. We have had to postpone that to later in the year, but we try to make sure that we take our volunteers with tourism outings so they really know what our community has to offer, get to meet the business owners. And when our visitors come and they have firsthand experiences, they will also be going out to GP Downs. We got some free tickets from them, so they will all get to go out and experience that, as that's a huge upcoming event for the fall season. And then we do usually do a volunteer or some type of celebration. That's what the picture is here. They went to Oregon Port Authority in 2019. Of course, COVID, we've had to kind of transition to gift cards and treats and celebrations that do not include a large crowd. Also, to celebrate them, we do a volunteer of the year to really make them feel special, and we give them a plaque, they get a gift, and then their name is written on our wall. So also, we did create 2 new publications. We decided, even though despite COVID and everything, we wanted to make sure there was up-to-date information, so I hope you've seen a copy of our new profile. We've really tried to target this on more relocation information, community and business guide, so it pairs very well with the visitor guide that Travel Grants Pass has. So when people come in, we like to give them both because they all have great information depending on what you're looking for. And there is a full page article in there from the City of Grants Pass. A big thank you to Susan Seawriter for submitting that information, because we do try to also promote all of our partners. And we actually partner with Mount Angel Publishing to put this one out. And as you'll see in both publications, our beautiful photos are from local artist Kate Battles. So she does amazing work, and we are excited to partner with her. We also have the Grants Pass and Josephine County map, It's free to anyone, and I know lots of real estate agents and different businesses hand this out, and we update it every year with the Daily Courier. And we are excited. We will be carrying postcards soon with Kate Battle's photos. So those will be coming in about a month. She does a great job of really showcasing the beauty of Grants Pass. We continue to be a distribution point for PPE. We just got a new shipment of masks, hand sanitizer, disinfecting spray, thermometers, wipes, and gloves. This one's going to go fast because it was a little bit smaller because we were not expecting to have to hand out PPE again. But we've handed, I think we've done 4 different shipments now, and we've handed this free out to over 500 businesses. So if you know of a business, I would recommend that they come to our office this week because we just got the shipment and it's going fast, especially if they want masks. So some other chamber functions that have been happening, I wanted to give some updates. You know, despite COVID, we have continued to adapt and be as creative as we can. We've had to do a lot of things differently, especially right now. We had to push everything back to virtual like you guys are doing. But we were able to host our wine stroll this year. It's usually in May, and we had to push it to August. Right before the peak was happening, we held it downtown, and I think we had about 20 locations downtown. And we heard from business owners this was the best wine stroll they had ever had. Sales were up over 28% because the whole point of this is to get people downtown, checking out our local merchants downtown, tasting our local wine, tasting our local food. And we were very pleased to see people were purchasing this time. We make sure that we give them a bag with their ticket and their glass, and they were filling it up. So we were very excited to see the participation and the feedback from businesses. A new thing we also did this year was Lemonade Day. We have never hosted this, and it's really trying to get kids in middle school thinking about being a young entrepreneur. So we actually help them build their business plan, find their product, find their investors. And then on August 20th, they actually sold their Lemonade Day all over Grants Pass. For our trial year, we had over 45 kids participate with 13 different stands paired with a business in Grants Pass.
Is now joining.
And it was a wonderful event. We heard so many great positive comments from not only the public, but the parents, that their kids were learning so much, whether it was just engaging with people, their creativity, teamwork, counting money, the customer service. And we're just really looking forward to continue growing this. We will now open it up to any kid that wants to participate because of our amazing sponsors. It won't cost kids anything, so any kid can participate. And we just hope, you know, this will really open their minds that in the future they can be a business owner and the amazing things they can do. And also to think about, you know, money and financial literacy, lots of stuff they don't learn in a classroom. Also, our YPN group, our Young Professionals Network, has continued to grow. We were very creative and did a lot more outdoor activities, whether it was a rope course, team building at Club Northwest. They're also going to tour the Grants Pass Downs next Tuesday to get the behind the scenes tour and learn how that operates and gives back to our economy. And we also have some professional development classes. And this is also, we're really trying to build them to be the next business leaders. And that's really where Lemonade Day and YPN both come in. We're trying to get the kids that are younger to start thinking about getting involved in your community. And we hope that our Young Professionals Network will think about serving on nonprofit boards, maybe even city council commissioners, and really get involved in our community because we need to build those young leaders now. Our Greeters program, which is our business networking program has continued to meet. They haven't missed a Wednesday. We've done a lot of virtual meetings. We did do a few in person, but even virtually, we have continued to have up to 50 businesses, which we've been very pleased because I know some other organizations have really struggled getting people to participate virtually. In person, we usually have about 80, so it's not quite where we usually are, but we are just so appreciative of everyone that has continued to support the chamber, connect with us, and be engaged, because that's how we are getting through COVID, is people getting engaged. So here's just some pictures from our Lemonade Day, and when Weekend Beer Company were able to do their open house and ribbon cutting. And it's exciting to see, you know, businesses continue to grow and expand despite the circumstances. And I do want to give a shout out. We had the build day for Lemonade Day, and Susan C. Ryder was able to come out and help us. So a big thank you to her for always being involved with different projects we do. Another exciting thing I wanted to share is we finally upgraded our website. So please go check it out. It's grantspasschamber.org, and it has great business resources. It does have a full visit page where it does link to Travel Grants Pass page, but it also talks about our visitor center, the caveman history, and it's just a great resource if you know, for a business owner, someone looking to relocate, visit, learn more about our community. And we've taken lots of different photos, well, in partnership with local photographers. So it's very visually appealing and showcases also our local talent here. So we're very excited to have this new website. And that's pretty much what we have going on right now. You know, we just continue to make sure our community is a place where businesses can grow and prosper. People want to raise their family, and where tourists want to visit. So we appreciate your support as well, and I'll open it up for questions if anyone has any.
Thank you, Josie. Council, do you have any questions? Raise your hand. I see Valerie, you can go first.
Myself, I have to get used to Microsoft Teams. Okay, so thank you, Josie. That was very, very informative. And one of the things I wanted to ask about is you talked about relocation packets and the number of relocation packets that you put together and event packets. So what exactly is in a relocation packet or an event packet?
Yeah, so our relocation packets really include our community guide and anything they're specifically looking for, whether it's housing, senior services. We have a nice range that we can pick through. It really depends what they're looking for. If it's a business relocating, of course, it's going to be very different than someone looking to relocate. And we've actually tried to transition a lot of it more electronically. So the numbers I showed are just the ones that we mail. We do a lot more now electronically. So it's really geared to what they're looking for.
And do you get that from when they call you? So you, in other words, you get packets from people calling saying, hey, we're interested in relocating. Can you send us this information? Is that how it works?
Yep, they either call, or we also have a function on our website. They can just go and put their information in, and it sends it directly to us that there's an inquiry, and we make sure that they pick what areas they're interested in. And then we do get a lot of people that walk in and they request, we have packets already made up, and we just hand it over. And then we do visitor packets as well, which are definitely different than relocation.
Okay, great. And you said you had event packets. Are those like to the wine stroll, or are they other people who ask you to put on for their events?
So these are other people that are putting on an event. And we get them all kinds. Sometimes it's a photography club. Sometimes it's a school district. It's really all over the board. And we actually usually try to put little gifts in there too, to make everyone who's attending feel very welcome. And then of course, most of it's informational to really get sure. especially if they're out of town, that they know all the different opportunities here in our community. We do put coupons in there. People give us coupons as well.
Thank you. That's great to hear. Mm.
Joel, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Oh, okay, thank you, Mayor. Josie, I appreciate you and your organization as fostering that sense of to our community health chain of events that goes far beyond what your efforts are. So thank you. I was just wondering, in terms of my sensing on the business community, are your members, the number of members that you have, are they expanding or declining, or are membership staying about the same? Where are we at in terms of membership with the chamber?
So membership did go down a little bit in 2020. We've been seeing an increase in 2021, a lot more new startups, new businesses joining. And interesting enough, we've been seeing businesses that have been in Grants Pass for years. All of a sudden, they're deciding to join the chamber. And I think it's really because during COVID, we were out there a lot more, providing business resources, funding opportunities, and it kind of made people look at the chamber in a different way. So 2021 has actually been pretty good for membership, because when we were doing a redo of our budget in 2020, we were expecting people to just stop paying membership because they had to cut. And we were pleasantly surprised it wasn't as bad as we thought it would be. So 2021 has not been bad for membership.
Well, thank you for what you're doing in terms of a community supporting itself. What you do is very important. So thank you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Thank you, Josie. I'm not seeing any other questions. Does anybody else have a question?
This is Rob. I have a question.
Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, Josie, how many members does the chamber have?
We have almost 600.
Very impressive. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to take our phone participants off of mute. Oh, I guess maybe I can't. Does anybody else have a question for Josie? All right, not seeing anything, so thank you, Josie, for the nice presentation. And we'll follow up with any questions later if we have them.
All right, thanks.
Next up, I have So Ready. And let's see, Colleen, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and councilors. Nice to see all of you. I don't have a PowerPoint, but I did send a report ahead to the supervisor and also Julie Hall, so that she can I'm just going to speak from what I have. The agency is strong. Thank you again for being one of our founding fathers back in 1987, coming up on our 36th year. So staff is strong. We've had 2 retirements in this year alone. Kathy Troutman, who's a business development manager, and then our loan manager also retired, but we're still strong. We have a new person starting this week to fill a vacancy admin position. And revenues are very good also in terms of membership. We're at 90% of what would normally come in at this point. So that's good. That's from membership revenues. So wanted to share that last year, because of many grant administration projects, we had unexpected revenues that were not budgeted. And I wanted to share a bit. It has been a while since I've been able to see you all on how we use those funds. Some of it was to make technology investments for all staff so that we can participate like this more frequently. And then
Colleen, sorry to interrupt. I'm hearing from the phone participants it's really hard to hear you.
All right, check a little bit more.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, thank you for letting me know. Thank you. I was sharing that we had unexpected revenues that came in. We've used that for technology. We set aside some of that for special projects, including the Boundary Village project in Grants Pass, a wildfire fund over here in Jackson County, and other things. So we are looking very strong financially as we navigate with all of you through this time. We also made a seed investment into the So Ready Foundation, which is 501c3, different than our current status of 501c4. So that's to get that off and going. It has received its IRS status for charitable designations. Recruitment and relocation leads continue to be very strong. In fact, we've had quite a few expansions over the last fiscal year. One of them is one of your own companies in Grants Pass, Josephine County, that added another plant over in Jackson County. It's ECS Composites. They put up a rotomold facility over in Medford. We have a company coming in that's a pet food company into White City. We have a chocolate company that's in Ashland, Scharfenberger Chocolate Company. And then right now, we're working about 6 very active leads, one of which is specifically focused on Grants Pass, and Susan C. Ryder and I and other partners are very engaged in that. And we're going to make that one happen, right, Susan? So we're working hard on that one. We also have been doing a lot of grant administration management still with the COVID grants and such that are coming through various forms, either through CARES Act funding, last year, or now perhaps American Rescue Plan funds. So in Josephine County alone, this last round of funding that just closed 2 weeks ago, actually, in Josephine County, there were about 100 applications. This is Josephine County's ARPA money that they set aside. 7 of those applicants were in Cave Junction, but 80 of them were in Grants Pass, and the other 9 were in unincorporated Josephine County. We expect the check to arrive today from Josephine County so that we can get those checks out to the sum of about $1 million going back out to Josephine County to 67 approved applicants. 67. So another thing that we've been working on is with United Rotary Clubs. Many of you may be a Rotarian. There are 10 clubs in our region. They've come together as the United Rotary. They contracted with So Ready also to do some of their grant management. This is specific to the wildfire response over here in Jackson County. But we've already got about $43,000 out to those folks. Or $50,000 or $60,000 will be filming out in the next few weeks to those very small businesses. May have lost their home, also lost their equipment. And this is what's important to the United Rotary Clubs, is to really impact those smaller businesses. So we've been helping them with that. We do have funds set aside in our own So Ready Wildfire Fund. We just haven't put out an application yet. We wanted to get through the United Rotary funds, and then our funds will focus more on traded sector companies and how we might be able to assist them with a permit or something just to convey how important they are in our region. We have Terrell Roper is on our staff, who was hired under the EDA, a Special Technical Assistance Grant. He's been reaching out to all the businesses that suffer loss in Jackson County. I believe out of the 100 or so that had lost, he's reached out to about 80 since April. So that continues to go forth. And we'll have our wildfire fund up shortly. We also continue to manage some dollars that came through to So Ready from, again, the EDA under the CARES Act. So Ready received about $400,000 for a 2-year distribution, which will end June 30th, 2022. Much of those dollars, in fact, we passed through to smaller communities and other projects to get the dollars out in alignment with the One Rogue Valley strategy, which you have supported. So thank you again for that support. So we're working on that. We also are doing some community development block grant with the state of Oregon, which includes Cave Junction and some other locations throughout the valley. I'm particularly proud of this note. In the last 4 months of 2020, the staff here at So Ready was able to deploy $4.8 million in grants within our region. That's just the last 4 months of 2020. Those dollars went out to about 450 businesses in all 15 jurisdictions in the region that we serve. Those were pandemic grants. I mentioned earlier these ARPA funds that Josephine County just approved. we vetted out the applications, they approved them. That number was $2.8 million. This is just Josephine County. In the last 3 rounds, $2.8 million in total have gone out to Josephine County businesses that we have helped to administer on your behalf. Enterprise zone. So lots of activity in our enterprise zone. In the last fiscal year, which ended June 30th, we processed 10 enterprise zone applications that are all over our region. One of those is right there in Grants Pass. It's Weekend Beer Company. Those 10 applications overall are $54.6 million in new capital investment throughout our region. And they fill out an application that tells us how many jobs exist, how many are they going to create, because there's a requirement that the enterprise zone should create at least 10% new jobs. And so the total new and retained jobs associated with those 10 applications is 225 jobs. Other examples are hotels. There's a couple of manufacturers, the chocolate company, and a few others that are in the list of those from all over the region. But in Grants Pass, it was Weekend Beer Company. So Ready staff is actually looking at the enterprise zone management and determining whether we might begin to assess a fee or something like that, a small fee to businesses. Right now, there's no charge, but we spend quite a bit of time with those applications, making sure they're compliant, sending in their forms and all those types of things. By law, Oregon statute, we can't do that. We're just kind of doing some homework to see if that's going to be a path we want to take. One Road Rally strategy. So as you know, we've also received ARPA funds. So Ready, as the economic development for Jackson, Josephine County, also has opportunity to respond to several American Rescue Plan notice of funding opportunities. Kind of zeroing in on 2 right now. One, which would be built around a center of excellence that we've already started some conversations about this, related to wildfire resiliency, innovation, wildfire fireman training, all that kind of stuff. We're just starting to get that out. And if any of you on this call or a counselor wants to participate in that, we're not doing it alone. We're going back out to all our One Road Gallery coalitions to invite participation. So that's one application we're going to pursue. That one is not actually due until March 2022. In our region, which is the Seattle region, we're part of 8 states and some islands. There's $59 million available. And so we're going to see what we can do to get some dollars into this region to really vet out. You know, we are 70% forested. We might have some expertise in this that maybe we can really build upon for all of our jurisdictions in the region. The other notice of funding opportunity is actually a tourism notice of funding with a particular focus on building out trail networks and outdoor recreation. So we in the Jackson County primarily at this point have the Greenway, which we're looking at as how do we make that safer, how do we light it up, how do we make it more fire resilient. But we're also speaking to the Rogue River Greenway Foundation about the next steps to building it out into Grants Pass, which we know has always been the vision. So what's it going to take to do that? So I have a meeting with them coming up. Right now we're just trying to figure out all the different pieces, because as the Greenway sits right now, there's already 7 jurisdictions involved in the 26-mile section over here. We want to keep building that out for all of us. And there's a real opportunity there under that tourism notice of funding. And in our region, there's about $57 million to go for. So we're trying to find the best application that has the most regionalism focus as possible, because we know the EPA likes that when there's more than one jurisdiction involved. So we will be looking at how we can involve Grants Pass and Josephine County in that particular conversation. But it's not just about the Greenway. We are talking to Butte Falls, who has plans to build out trail networks, mountain bike trails in their region. You may know that they were just able to purchase the 400 acres of forest land that's the whole town of 500 people. So we're looking at that. We're looking at Rogue River, Shady Cove, all those jurisdictions, Cape Junction. So if you have anything that needs to be completed, that's part of a trail network or outdoor recreation, we would love to figure out how do we bring that into this application. The application term can be 2 to 4 years, and it depends on whether there's capital investment or not. We're learning all about it and see how we can move forward. So we want to make sure you have an opportunity to provide input on that. So we also have a loan program. I think most of you know that as well. We just approved a $250,000 loan probably about a month ago now that we're just kind of finalizing up for a Grants Pass restaurant. So that's using some very special revolving loan fund into the CARES Act, 1% interest. And we still have a few dollars left in there, about $170,000. We have some applications in the queue, but if there are more applicants in Grants Pass, we'd love to hear from them and see if we can get them some loan assistance. With regard to events, just like what Josie was sharing, a lot keeps changing. We canceled our manufacturing summit. There is the Oregon Telecommunications Summit coming up in Ashland. That's moving forward. That's October 21st and 22nd. It's all about broadband. It will be at the Ashland Hills. We facilitate that for the state of Oregon. So that's why it's on our website if you'd like to register. The Southern Oregon Business Conference, which we would normally have in January, is postponed. We don't have a venue anymore, as the Inn in the Commons was purchased by a developer to create some market rate housing. That's one of the problems, but then we also have still a pandemic that we have to work around. And then I think what I want to end with is how much I appreciate Josie, and I see Ruth coming up behind me. I see this as the year to really solidify and partner together like we've never done before. So I've had great conversations already with Josie, the Medford Chamber, and we're working with the other chambers as well. Instead of creating multiple events, how do we unify and better present those together? So, because I think we need to focus on the nuts and bolts of getting help out to businesses and not just creating the event side. So I probably could have 10 other points to share, but I'm going to stop there and ask you if you have any questions today.
Thank you. What questions do people have? Joel, go ahead. Unmute.
Oh, that works. Thank you. So I had about 3 questions. The first question I had was there's a significant user group off-highway vehicles. I know like there's 200, 300 miles of trail up on Prospect that gets heavily used every year. And there's several over in Cave Junction. They're interested in a route to the coast. There's a very active user group. Are you tied in with them at all?
I am somewhat familiar with them, and I appreciate that nudge to get in contact with them to see if there's something there as well. So what we will do will just be in our region, but surely Curry County might also have the same thing in mind. So thank you, Joel, for that.
Yeah, and there's also a state funding mechanism for that, and they'll help you compete for those dollars. Richness of relationships overcomes scarcity of resources, and the richness of our relationships with each other will increase those resources to make things even better. So I appreciate what you're doing.
And there is a matching fund, there is a match requirement with all of these too, which could be as much as 20%.
Yeah.
Because we have a second disaster over here in Jackson County, there may be some leeway for us to have less match than 20%.
Yeah.
They're
a very, very responsible user group, and they do a great job. They'll maintain the trails for you. Second thing I had was, there's that indirect and induced effect to what you're doing, and you're setting up a chain of events again, just like Josie is, for a sense of community economically. And the one thing that I hear from everybody is the labor force, and people are either unwilling to work or can't work or don't want to work because of the pandemic, which, it's understandable. What's going on there, and how big a drag is that on our chain of events that you're putting in with all this money infusion that you're giving in to the counties?
It's a great question. I would say it is a very significant drag, particularly for all of our traded sector companies and the service sector, not being able to find employees. On the trail networks, it may not be as big of a drag because that is more infrastructure. But interestingly, the EDA still requires some sense of how is this going to create new jobs? And, I'm trying to convey to them, we just want to bring people back to the positions that are already open. They're not new jobs, they just need to be refilled. So I think there's going to be an interesting dance there. But to the main point of your question, workforce is always the biggest concern that any business has in our region, whether they're existing or coming in. We had a site visit for a food manufacturer on Friday, and they want to hire 100 employees. It's hard to say if even on day one they could find 100 employees. Now this is a couple years out yet before they build something, but we used to say with more confidence that 100 employees, you could probably get that queued up on day one. Not so much right now, but were to happen big, we know we're struggling. So we have great partners in WorkSource, Rogue Valley, and the Rogue Workforce Partnership that are working on all these things with employees. It's not exactly in our purview, but we're very aware of it. And talent, workforce development is one of the primary initiatives in the strategy. So I hope that answers a bit of your question, sir.
Well, I had just one more. I just wanted to confirm what I think I heard you say, and it was very similar to what we asked Josie. So the trend in terms of new firms wanting to come to the area, Josie's seen an uptick in membership of the chamber over last year. I thought I heard you say, though, it was hard to understand you just because my ears don't work like yours do, that the uptick in people wanting to move here, that there seems to be an increase in inquiries. I just wanted to confirm that was, in fact, what I heard.
Yes, there's still an uptick in inquiries. We're not always a great fit. We get leads also from the state of Oregon, and sometimes they're very specific. I had one last week for 35 acres and 2,000 employees. Well, I don't think we're probably going to get there. It's also a tech, so we vet those out and decide whether we can respond or not. There are some that we just can't respond to. That would be really hard for us. But yes, sir, there is an uptick in inquiries, and I'm particularly pleased with the ones that are coming directly to So Ready, because that means that they already know they want to be in our region. We're not part of a 4-state search, so this feels much better. There are 3 that are very, very active right now. One is in Grants Pass, and one is in Medford. Well, the others, 2 of them are in Medford, but keep in mind that our work shed is both counties, so they'll be looking for employees that come from throughout the region.
Yeah, there shouldn't be a lack of jobs. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Valerie, you're next.
Okay, thank you, Colleen. Good presentation once again. Very interesting to hear what's going on. And yes, I'm hoping at some point in time with the Rogue Valley, we all can come back together again and kind of get updated. I know individual groups have kind of been meeting here and there, but it's always nice to get that overall. And of course, we've all been kind of hit at the knees with COVID. So anyway, I still believe in the region and the strength of the region, and I really am excited about the grants coming forward for the outdoors, because I think that is truly one thing we have as a region to sell. So I would certainly hope that some of that funding makes its way down here. And of course, I'm sure you have Dollar Mountain on your list of
Yes.
things that are there. So I didn't hear it, but I know that you do. So I wanted to put that forth. I also wanted to mention, I think it's Wednesday this week, they're having, the Job Corps is having a job fair here in Grants Pass down at the Bank of America. Because, with our city, we have our own city issues with workforce right now. It's my understanding that the Flying Lark is trying to employ 200 people. And so it's important that we push people down there to say there are jobs in our community that are opening up, because there's a lot of people that we need. I was also going to ask, or just have you explain a little bit of the enterprise zone. And the reason I say that is because I know we have some new counselors on board, and I've always kind of, I always hear it, but I kind of like to have it explained to me every time I hear it, so I understand exactly what an enterprise zone is and how they work.
Sure, thank you. Let me respond also to the One Rogue Valley Coalition groups. We are engaging those groups again. And
Okay.
so we'll be reaching out to you because we want your input on that. So we'll watch for that invite again.
Okay.
On the enterprise zone, so there are 4 enterprise zones in our region. One is the city of Grants Pass Urban Enterprise Zone. One is Josephine County. And there's one in Medford specifically and one in Jackson County. The enterprise zone was established back in the late 1980s by the Oregon legislature. It's their program. And what it does is it extends property tax abatement to traded sector companies primarily. That means that they don't have to pay the property tax for a certain period of time. Standard is 3 years. It could be 5 years if the wages and compensation of the employees they have to hire exceeds a certain number. So it is available to new companies coming in and existing companies. Weekend Beer Company has taken advantage of the enterprise zone. And there are many, many others in Josephine County and Grants Pass, but they have to be traded sector, meaning their product goes outside the region, far and wide. The one caveat is that the legislature, actually the zone sponsors, which in this case would be Grants Pass and Josephine County, allow for hotel development as well because of our tourism, destination. So hotels can also take advantage of the enterprise zone, but they have to, if they're brand new, they have to create at least one new job. If you're an existing company with 100 employees, you have to create at least 10%. You have to create 10%, so it might be 10. And we track that. And then it goes, the process is it comes through SoReady as your enterprise zone manager. I make sure that it meets all the requirements of the program set forth by the legislature and Business Oregon. And then I forward that on to your county assessor, who also approves it. And then it gets distributed to the Oregon Department of Revenue, the Employment Department, and Business Oregon. And then there's reminders every year to remind them to file. There are certain things they have to file. So it is for traded sector companies. It's not for retail, other than the hotel sector. So we've been the zone manager since also the 90s. I don't have that information right in front of me, but we do process 10 to 12 in a given year enterprise zone applications. Hopefully that gives a better picture of what the enterprise zone is. Is there a second question?
Which I just want to say thank you for that, because that does, that was an important question. And once again, I'm going to thank you for being that great managed system that regionally we can use, because to have every region have to come up with their own way, like to vet grants and all that, is just extremely cumbersome. And so it's really nice to have your, SoReady take care of that and be that resource. So once again, thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you, Counselor.
Susan, do you have your hand up?
I just wanted to introduce the next presenter once Colleen's presentation is over.
Perfect.
What's the question for me? Okay.
Do we have other questions for Colleen? All right, I guess you covered it for today. So people can get in touch if they have other questions in the future. But thank you for being here with us today. And Susan, you're up.
Well, hi. I wanted the opportunity to introduce Ruth Swain as the new SBDC director. She's been with the SBDC since last year, so she's had quite the bumps along the road. Everything's Zoom. She's the Zoom and Teams queen. And she has taken over for Ron Goss, who retired last year. So I just wanted to introduce Ruth Swain since she's never presented before the council before. So welcome, Ruth. And
Go
you're
ahead.
muted.
Whenever you're ready, Ruth.
It's a two-step process to unmute.
There you go. We can hear you now.
Thank you so much. I'm Ruth Swain, new director of the Small Business Development Center. And I have to say, it's truly an honor to be here with you. As I've gotten to know some of you and your passion for this community, I'm grateful for your vision and unique support for our business community. I would like to share a little bit about my background and an update on our RCC's SBDC, that's a mouthful, Road Community College Small Business Development Center. An early observation that I have had in this community is that there is tremendous pride in the community, a strong determination, not only on the part of our business community, but our city council and regional partners, and a strong commitment to vitality, tourism, and quality of life. And I spent the last few years in a rural section of Portland Metro, but the majority of my career was in rural Eastern Washington, working with small businesses for over 30 years. I was an economic development support person, like Susan, at the city of West Richland. And so it's an honor to be here with you. I spent many hours in meetings working with the city council and our boards and commissions and helping our small businesses. I also worked at an economic development agency similar to SoReady for 10 years, recruiting businesses. And I just have to say, I know firsthand how complex it is to support small business while also working with compliance and navigating the regulations and the needs of a city. And I cannot forget to say how grateful I am to Susan. I know she's served on my search committee, but she also is just a diehard fan of small business for making Grants Pass a better place and serving with us on our SBDC Advisory Council. Years ago, I learned about economic development through my daddy. He worked full-time, but he also had what today we call a side gig. He sold Watkins products, and he did some things to help support our family. And today, more than ever, people are working lots and lots of hours, sometimes in addition to a job. And some of the clients we work with also have side gigs, and that's how they get started in their entrepreneurial career. One of the things he did was to run a gas station, and my brother and I were supposed to help clean windshields, pump gas. Mostly I remember using the same dime to put in the pop machine and get cold Cokes, because we had the key from the office. So I'd like to share just a few slides and tell you a little bit about our Small Business Development Center. And first time doing this on Teams, so we'll see. Hey. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, this is a little bit of a recap about the Small Business Development Center at Road Community College. Let's see. Our mission in Oregon, SBDC, is building Oregon's best businesses. Now, how do we do that? Well, we achieve that mission through private, confidential, one-on-one advising. Whether you're starting a business, have a business idea, if you want to grow your business, if you're wanting to expand or find financing, just any aspect of owning a business is what we're here for. We also provide classes and training programs. Our values are very important to me. Honesty, integrity, responsiveness, confidentiality is critical to us. Innovation and diversity are all strong values of the Oregon SBDC. We had a record year. In spite of past and current challenges, our SBDC took action, and we went into the mode of helping businesses in crisis, small business, financial operational crisis. I personally helped hundreds of small businesses since March of 2020 when they had forced closures, when they did not know what to do about no income. Our offices here went 100% remote, but we still continue to provide advising on the telephone or Zoom. And at this point, we're prepared to open completely in person this fall, but with some new mandates, we are offering both advising in person as well as remote. And we think remote will continue to be a way that we reach out and serve our clients. This also allows us to provide services for those who are in more remote areas and who also have internet and or telephone. It was a year of extreme learning for us, jumping into what are the criteria for a paycheck protection loan or an economic injury disaster loan, and what is the grant, and what is the loan, and what are your resources. We were in the trenches with small business all through that. And of course, many businesses came to us who needed some counseling because they were affected by fire destruction, losing their home or their business or both. So our center responded in many ways, and primarily through this confidential one-on-one advising. We had a 20% increase in clients, and we see that increase continuing as businesses are trying to survive and find a new way to operate going forward. About 2,000 hours of support were provided over the past year, and we don't make loans, we don't give out funding, but we help support businesses who are applying for that funding. We had a record year in that funding distributed to small businesses as well. We have confidential advising, but we got permission from Christy Hill to share her story. And she wrote to us, weekly confidential advising allowed me to follow the steps to successfully start my business. And this is a picture of Christy with John, her husband, and her children, Zane and Lucas. She also walked with us through COVID and was able to access the SBDC. And she says that it was very helpful to her and crucial to her ability to continue business operations. As I said last year, since March of 2020 has been a record number of clients who come to us, well over 500. And between March and now, over 800 businesses have been helped by us. We provide crisis support. We are always on the lookout for relief programs. We're very proud to have partnered with SoReady, Pauline and her team, as well as the Illinois Valley Community Development Organization, by the CDO, in not distributing, but helping clients apply for funding from the city last year and the county And we will continue to be there for clients as new opportunities come forward. We've also worked with them because we know that they can't find workers. And we're doing everything we can to help them on a one-on-one basis, and also looking at some training programs. We also hear that new taxes and new regulations are a real struggle for businesses. And we can't control that, but we certainly, our statewide organization really steps up and supports legislatively some of these issues that impact small business. So our advisors on our team have all owned their own business. I too have owned my own business, and I can say for all of us that we've all made the mistakes that new business owners make and sometimes make. So we're here to help you, and we have over 100 years. It's probably a lot more than that, but I didn't ask everybody's age. So we help businesses with startup. With writing business plans sometimes can be really difficult for businesses. And in order to get financing, you're going to have a business plan. We also help with budgeting, financing, helping, as I said, look for opportunities for either growth or survival right now. Government contracting, we have advisors who are familiar with that and support businesses who are wanting to do that. We have had a long tradition of working with businesses who want to start their own construction business and helping them in training to get their CCD license and beyond in starting new businesses and marketing. We've also helped with employees and how to develop job descriptions and policies and have things in place for your success as you grow. And sometimes they come to us because they want to sell their business. And there are a lot of opportunities there as well. Mike and Jody have been longtime clients of our SBDC, and they write that our advisors helped them improve their leadership skills, develop employees with new approaches for creating a great work environment for our team. And I have to say, more and more from what I'm hearing is that work environment for your team is very critical to you maintaining the employees that you have. As was said earlier this morning with chamber discussion and with some of you, this change in the workforce is really disconcerting and coming, especially during COVID-19, is really creating some challenges. With Mike and Jody, they signed up for our small business management program, and it's a comprehensive look at your business. That class has not been running, but we're still providing that advising service, and we're very proud to be able to share. Mike and Jody also gave us our permission to share their story because I said we signed very strict confidentiality agreements. So recovery, I do believe we're going to recover and come out of this. Through my career, I've worked with businesses during 9/11 and during the 2008 banking crisis and the recession. And there are ways that you can survive and even thrive, sometimes in new ways. So part of it will be creating new opportunities. I again want to thank our City Council for your support for our SBDC programs and for our small businesses. Very, very important. And also our partners who include the Chamber and So Ready and many others. We receive support from the state, the Small Business Administration, and of course our community college. Road Community College is one of our biggest supporters. And I popped up some information here. All of our appointments are made by appointment only. I don't know if you can see these little things that are popping up, but you can email us at sbdc@robecc.edu or call us 541-956-7494. Sorry, I'm I said, I'm new at working this, so I'm not sure how to get out of this. Susan?
Did you want to go back? You're done with your slideshow?
I was hoping to stop the slideshow. I apologize.
That's okay.
See my
We're-
control.
We're new at this today too, so. Do we have any questions for Ruth? I'm not seeing any hands yet.
I was hoping to give you a few final comments. I guess I could go ahead and do that.
Okay.
I wanted to say that in my time working here, short time working here, it's been so rewarding. We have an amazing team, and to work with Susan and Josie and Colleen and our businesses has just been amazing. This past year has been a challenge, but as I have said, we're here for small businesses, and I want to thank you for your support. Robert Frost said the best way out is always through, and C.S. Lewis said hardships often prepare ordinary people for an extraordinary destiny. So thank you for letting me share.
Thank you, Ruth, and nice to meet you. It's funny, we both work at RCC, but I'm not sure we've been in a meeting together yet. It looks like Joel has a question for you. Joel, unmute. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate you coming before us, and you're part of the fabric of our community that helps hold it together and makes it even stronger. And that's an important component, is the education and the information that's needed to manage for our businesses, as you know better than I do. I just want to confirm what I thought I heard from you again, and it complements, I think, what Josie presented to us and what the Soretti said, that you're seeing an increase in interest and perhaps even more upstarts, people interested in starting their own business in the area.
Yes, absolutely. We have brave souls who are starting a business during COVID-19. Unfortunately, there aren't any grants or special resources for businesses who weren't affected by the initial downturn, but we are here for them. Their entrepreneurism is alive and well in America. It's what America is built on, small business. The Small Business Administration defines small business as less than 500 employees. Most of the ones we work with are fewer than 5. In fact, as Colleen mentioned, the grants that went out, ARPA grants through the county recently, and earlier with CARES funding, our center helped with facilitating and reviewing those grant applications. And I guess that was a distraction from what you were asking, but yes, we are still seeing the hope in America and in Grants Pass and in our region. We also operate in partnership with IBCDO. We have an office in Cape Junction, and we also have a commercial kitchen there. So there are lots of entrepreneurs making chocolate and all kinds of food services, and looking to start up as well. So, thank you.
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Oh, Valerie, go ahead.
Well, it's not so much a question, but a statement. And I would agree that a lot of people during COVID have had a lot of time to think about different things and changes and starting businesses than they might. And so it has been nice to see that entrepreneurial take effect in our community. So that's really awesome. And I just wanted to welcome you, because I do know that, yes, we have a very strong team with Susan and Ron Goss and our chamber. that there is a very strong commitment to business in this community. So welcome to the team, and I'm excited to get your input and have you be a part of that team.
Thank you so much. I look forward to meeting you in person. With or without a mask.
All right. Well, thank you to each of our business partners. It's nice to see you ladies today and get an update on what's going on out there in the community. And obviously, businesses right now are needing your help more than ever. And we're glad that we have a team of experts like you available to help them out. So thank you. And you're welcome to stick around for the rest of the meeting, or you are welcome to say sayonara and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Next up on our agenda, we are talking about landscaping and xeriscaping, and we have a group of staff from our community development department here to talk to us. Hey, Brad.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm going to go ahead and pull up my slide here. Hopefully you can see that okay.
Yes. Kind of small right now.
Kind of small? Okay.
There we go.
All right. Well, it's kind of tough to follow all the fun, exciting economic development and business stuff, but we're going to give it a go here. Jumping directly into code, so using a different part of our brains today. Yeah, so I'm going to open us off with this item, and then as you said, Mayor, we do have Donna Rupp, Associate Planner with Community Development, and Tony Meekum, our Urban Forester, who are going to also join in this presentation. So the goal of this presentation, it's been a while since the council has had an update on this topic, the landscaping and xeriscaping topic, but we're going to basically focus on what has happened in the last few months and give the council kind of an update on that. And the relationship to the council goals, as most of these development code text amendments, is to facilitate sustainable and manageable growth. So just a little bit of background. This all really started, it started before fall of 2019 because it's been actually going on at the Urban Tree Advisory Committee since late 15, but the council did direct staff to create a committee to explore some potential changes to the landscaping standards, and the committee was formed and there's the members there. Donna Rupp was the facilitator of that committee. That committee held 4 different meetings in 2020. Those dates are listed there at the top. And then after their work, we in community development put together, kind of some of the outcomes of their recommendations, looked at the Urban Tree Advisory Committee's recommendations from the prior year, and then in October 2020 presented that to the council at a workshop. Councilor Fazer did request more information at that point, specifically about tree lists, and so that's what led to Tony Meekum coming in November 2020, presenting an update to the city's urban tree list. And then in January of this year, the landscape code amendments were readopted by the city council as a 3-star action in the 2021 strategic plan. So this is a high priority. It's been going on for a while to try to get these updates made. May of 2021, we presented some more updates. There really wasn't a lot of new information, and I think that's what led to the council continuing this item until today. I did want to point out there on that asterisk at the bottom that there was a detailed memorandum that was put out by the city manager Kubik, June 2nd, 2021. That contained a lot more background and detail. I just wanted to remind the council that was done. So I'm just going to hit a couple of the items that are the potential code amendments that have been presented to date, where there really haven't been a lot of changes. And then the rest of today's presentation will really be on the topics that are new since the last presentation. So of the ones that were kind of presented to date that are still being talked about and are in the draft code, we have commercial parking lots. And this was one of the main focus points for the Urban Tree Advisory Committee. They wanted to see dead and damaged trees that are in our commercial parking lots around the city replaced with minimum 2-inch caliper size trees. Increase the maximum number of allowable compact parking spaces from 25% to 35%. That relates to this topic because if you shrink down the typical parking space by a couple of feet, it would reduce the runoff area, but it also would potentially increase the size of the planters and provide some more canopy coverage in those lots. Speaking of canopy coverage, we're going to move to a % of canopy coverage versus the tree quantity. Right now, the commercial parking lots focus on just the number of trees. This code would change to a % of the overall commercial parking lot that would have to be covered. So that gives a lot more flexibility in terms of what types of trees and where they can go, as long as you meet that percentage of canopy. We would reduce the maximum number of spaces allowed between trees from 11 to 10, and then removing the requirement for islands to have living ground cover. That would be mulch only. That comes up quite a bit. If you walk through parking lots around town, you'll see a lot of trampled and kind of dead vegetation, and by just putting mulch, this would give them more flexibility and maybe help to avoid some of that kind of trampled look. A few others here. We have the residential landscaping, and Donna's gonna give you some more information about what these 3 items are. But one of the main changes that we made since we last talked about this was to take the fire-wise or fire-safe landscaping option and move that really to just into the wildland-urban interface areas around the city perimeter, and actually require that fire-wise option. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as well, but I wanted to point that out here on this first bullet because we did talk about 4 items before, four options for landscaping, and we did take that fire-wise option out of the residential area and just made that a requirement in the wildland-urban interface. But that leaves us with these 3 options for residential areas around town: low water use, native plant, pollinator wildlife design, and then the traditional design that we've been using for many years. And like I say, you'll get a little bit more information on those 3 items here in just a minute. And then the updated urban tree list, as I mentioned, that's already been presented. That adds 7 new description categories. Tony's done a great job on that. It's much more comprehensive. I think it'll be a much more usable document by developers and anyone who's wanting to do new tree planting in the city. That gives a lot more assistance with where and the type of trees that will survive in certain locations around town. And then finally, the other amendments we've talked about in the past: irrigation inspections to ensure there's no overspray. We do that to some degree, but this kind of bolsters that. And then incorporate requirements to decrease tree mortality. And so there's a number of different areas in the code that would add to this, particularly around the soil structure and the soil volume. There's several new sections that help to increase tree mortality or decrease tree mortality by focusing on the planting. And then we have removing the requirement to inspect landscape materials. Right now, the code says that the community development staff is supposed to go out for every single new landscaping project and inspect them before they plant. The truth is we haven't really been doing this in practice for many years. It takes a lot of staff time to do 2 landscape inspections. So we're really just proposing to update the code to take this out so that the only inspection is going to be at the end. And then that second one there is, I guess, a repeat of the prior slide. So I think now we're going to bring Donna on. She'll talk about the 3 residential landscape options in more detail and the fire safe design. And then Tony will come on and talk about parking lot trees, preservation of existing trees, and the street trees amendments. I don't think Donna has a video, so I'll just we'll just kind of go by voice on this.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Brad. So boy, I'm getting feedback on this. I don't know how to turn that down. Okay, there we go. I think it was Brad. Okay, so the 3 landscape options for residential development. Oops, go back, please.
Sorry.
The first being the low water design, which is the xeriscaping. It's only low water once the landscape is developed. Of course, any plants in our climate require irrigation the first year or 2 to keep them alive, depending upon the plant. So it's to promote water conservation and also low maintenance. Based on Tony's great work, we have great lists for drought-tolerant species, and this would go for the requirements. So when we say for every 1,000 square feet of required yard, our development code requires at least 10 feet deep by the width of the lot of front yard landscaping in residential. A minimum of 10 feet, it can go up to 20. And then to get that square footage, that area, we simply multiply the width of the lot by the required front yard. So if it were 100 feet and 10 feet deep, you'd get your 1,000 square feet. And this would be 1 tree from the drought tolerant list, 4 shrubs or accent plants, including like no-mow grasses and that kind of idea. And the remaining area treated with living ground cover, which obviously wouldn't be turf. It would be more of a ground cover that once established does not require a lot of irrigation. And then under this design option, up to 50% of the landscape area may contain a minimum of a 2-inch organic mulch or a hardscape mulch. This is our past discussion on decorative rock or boulders and hardscaping, rather than saying, you know, it all has to be something that's growing. Next slide. So this option is to try to increase the use of native species that benefit pollinators and wildlife, reduce fertilizers. It also, because it is focused on native plants, the native plant focus would also require less water because they're already adapted to this environment. The pollinator species may not be low water. So again, this is 1 tree, or possibly additional 3 shrubs for accent plants, and then additional 4 shrubs. I just got a black box over the, thank you. And then ground cover. This one would say up to 40% of the area may contain the mulch or hardscape mulch. And then because of the importance of beneficial insects to our ecosystem, up to 10% of the entire required landscape area can be left uncovered if marked on the plan as insect habitat. And for the counselors and everyone who received the packet, I did include a very informative article from the National Geographic that points out the benefits that insects provide us. I know a lot of us are like, ooh, creepy crawly insects, but really they're very important. They provide a lot of really important services to us, and that's why that recommendation is in there. Next. And then our traditional design. Of course, you can use native plants, you can use anything that you want in the traditional design. I think this bullet point is left over from the previous slide, but sure, wildlife friendly species. And this is our traditional 1 tree, 4 shrubs, living ground cover, and only 10% of the area may contain, you know, mulch and hardscape. So we're going from, you know, a 50-50 mix for the low water, 60 plant material, 40 cover mulch for the wildlife pollinator, and then back to just our 90-10 on the traditional design, which focuses more on your turf, your lawns, and more maintenance. Okay. So when we originally proposed this, the fire safe residential landscape was an option. And upon further discussion and looking at what other cities in the area are doing, including Ashland and Medford, that we would like to recommend to the council that the fire safe landscaping be a requirement in the WUI, which is a wildland urban interface. This is a map from our GIS using the layer of where those neighborhoods are. And anyone who lives here kind of knows that it's the mountainous areas within the city limits and urban growth boundary. And this would be for new development, new landscaping going in. Of course, all of these neighborhoods have the option of becoming fire-wise neighborhoods, and that's where neighbors get together and they make a plan and they work with our coordinator at in the fire department, public safety. And then, you know, they do these things to make their neighborhood safe. And that fire-wise is actually the name given to these neighborhoods who have gone through this program and worked together to keep their neighborhoods safer. That's why we changed it to fire safe residential landscaping for new development. I hope that clears up that. Is that and then just to show you, we have a lot of great information out there, of course, for fire safe residential landscape. And we would, of course, on new development, we would be focusing on the 0 to 5 feet next to the structure, the zone 0 and the zone 1, typically for new development. Okay. And then within the memo that you received addressing the artificial lawns and mulch, this was a question that came up at the last 2 workshops, I believe. And why aren't we considering that for new development as a ground cover? So there's about 1.5 pages of information within the memo that you received about the research that was done. And based on that research, staff recommends that artificial turf not be included as a ground cover for new development. And then based on the type of landscaping option used by the developer, again, I already hit this in summarizing the residential options, but no more than 50% of any required residential landscape area can be left unplanted. That's addressing how much mulch can people come out or put out when they're developing new residential areas. The other item in the memo also was, what are our graphic illustrations going to look like? So we have contracted with a graphic designer to update what we have in the development code now, which is a lot of the illustrations are quite old, hand-drawn, and we don't even have the original source files. So we can't even, you know, use them and look professional in other drawings. And so I just grabbed a few of the ones that we've received to give you an idea of what we're looking at changing the illustrations to in the code. Brad and I did discuss that some of these areas are a little too dark, you know, because we do just copy our pages. So we'll work on that, but I just wanted to give the council the opportunity to see that we're working to upgrade the professionalism of the development code. And now back to Brad.
Yeah, well, Tony, are you on with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great. I'll just click through. You just tell me when you're ready.
Excellent, thank you. I also like to note that the chair of the Urban Tree Advisory Committee, Doug Tripp, who is also a certified arborist, is with us for questions if we need it, since a lot of this came from the tree committee. So regarding parking lots, the following is a closer look at the Urban Tree Advisory Committee's recommendation on landscape islands. The tree committee made recommendations to improve the health and longevity of trees and parking lot islands. Adequate soil volume is a necessity for trees to grow and survive. Our development code states that the tree species for parking lots shall be an appropriate large canopied shade tree. The code defines large trees as those with canopies greater than 35 feet wide at maturity. The tree committee recommendation states that trees need 2 cubic feet of soil for every square foot of canopy. This recommendation is consistent with published urban forestry research and best management practices, and it's also consistent with soil requirements of the city of Medford as a local example. For example, a 35-foot wide tree requires approximately 1,924 cubic feet of soil. The photos to the right show 2 large shade tree species currently living in parking lots in our town. The tree on the left is casting shade on our tree inventory project volunteers, Ray and Monica. A little shout out for them. Though not optimal, it has substantially more soil volume than the shade tree on the right, which is also in a parking lot. The tree species on the right have the potential of growing to a canopy width of 50 feet, but due to insufficient soil volume and other stress factors, it's in decline and will never fulfill its potential. Next slide, please. Great. So one recommendation of the tree committee was to increase the size or the minimum area of the landscape islands. The Urban Tree Advisory Committee recommended that parking lot landscape areas be at least 120 square feet to maximize soil volume in islands. Current allowable area is 16 square feet. And then to be consistent with the dimensions of the landscaped islands, the tree committee recommended that end islands in parking lots increase their landscape width to match the other islands from 6 to 7 feet. The diagram to the right was included with the committee's recommendation. At the top is the common diamond-shaped landscape island that provides minimal space and soil volume. The recommendation is to change these islands to the version seen below, which will provide more pervious soil. Both islands are seen as impacting 4 parking spaces by effectively making them compact spaces. The change in island size would not impact any more spaces than what they currently are impacting with the current design. The code change will mention the new minimum island dimensions, specifically the landscapable width. Next slide, please. Shifting gears a little bit, in regard to preservation of existing trees during construction, there is one change proposed that will clarify current requirements. The intent is to make sure that trees that remain on site through development remain safe and healthy to the homeowner after they move in and purchase the property. It can take several years to see the effect of construction damage to manifest itself on trees, and then it becomes the homeowner's responsibility after they've moved in. So the new code language clarifies when preservation methods like fencing around trees, which is already mentioned in the code, need to be placed to be effective. That is, before any site work begins. If fencing or other preservation method indicated by the developer is not placed before site disturbance, the damage may already be done to the tree. The International Society of Arboriculture, in addition to the Association of Clean Water Agencies and the American National Standards Institute, call for protection measures to be in place before development activities begin and left in place until completion of the project. The 3 photos on the right show trees that are in current development activities right now. I took these photos on Friday. The tree on the left, you can see construction materials and debris are underneath that already small canopy. The tree on the top right has experienced soil grade changes. There is no protection around that tree and development activities have already occurred. The photo on the bottom right, not sure why it's censored. It's though it's graphic tree damage, it's not needed to be censored. The roots were damaged and that fencing is going straight into the tree. So the intent is to clarify when to put up the protection measures so that what's happening currently in these photos does not continue. Because the damage to these trees will be seen in a few years when the eventual property owner moves in. Next slide, please. And then my final topic is on street trees. So to talk about a little bit of the changes that will be proposed. These talk about spacing of street trees. Current code language is unclear on the number of street trees required and is unclear on mandatory spacing of trees. So for example, the code currently says small or narrow trees may be spaced at any interval 20 feet apart or greater. This allows the property owner to plant 1 tree, even if there's room for multiple trees, because the word may is not mandatory, and 20 feet apart or greater could be 20, 50, 100, 1,000, you choose. So the diagram on the right shows the minimum spacing in the top 20 feet, or developer's choice, infinity. So the new code language will state the mandatory spacing between street trees from one another in relation to crown size at maturity, and will update the spacing between trees and utilities throughout their infrastructure based on recommendations provided by Public Works. So for example, the new recommendations actually increases the spacing between the tree and the water meter from a kind of ill-defined tree well, that's the metric right now in the development code, to 10 feet or greater from water meters. So this is in collaboration with Public Works. And the intent is so that we minimize the future infrastructure impacts that will be experienced and dealt with either by the city or the eventual homeowner. Next slide, please. All right, the final portion of street trees I'm presenting on. So tree species will be approved for specific planter strip widths to reduce likelihood of sidewalk and curb issues. New code language will explain how to measure planter strip widths depending on planter strip type. So here are 3 examples where we want to make sure the right tree goes into the right place. So number 1, one of those traditional planter strips where there's a plantable space between the curb and the sidewalk. And depending on that size, a certain tree species size is appropriate. And then for number 2 and 3, these are usually not going to be seen in new development, but we do require when a tree is removed from the right-of-way, if there's proper space, that it shall be replaced. So in those locations where there is a curb-type sidewalk, number 2, that distance to figure out what tree would be appropriate would be between the sidewalk and other structure like the house, or if there's a porch out there. And then that can help us determine what tree. That red line indicates the hypothetical location of the extent of the right-of-way. So it's to show that the tree would still, if it needed to be a street tree because of code requirements, that it would be planted there. And number 3 is represents locations where there's no sidewalk, just a curb, and then that right-of-way it's in that front yard area. But it's kind of harder to define. But again, we would be measuring what that space looks like, the growable space between infrastructure. So that is, yep, the red line is the right-of-way. And that's it for me.
Great, thanks, Tony. So in terms of the cost implication, as with most of our development code text amendments, our general fund covers really the staff time to process these. the implication for development, the level of analysis really hasn't been completely done in terms of the impacts. Most of what is in here is kind of a substitute, you might say. I mean, if you're going to go, going back to the residential landscape options, for example, you may have more. Under traditional, you're going to have lawn and turf costs, but if you go with the low water, you would have some rock and cobble costs, for example. The size of the trees really hasn't changed. The number of trees hasn't changed. We do want to complete a little bit more analysis on the wildland-urban interface area, and that would also have some landscaping, but there would be limited change to what is currently required. It's just really the type of materials that we're talking about. So in terms of the staff resources for this actual amendment, it's probably 10 to 15 hours more of planning commission and council public hearings. So that's really what we have for you. It's at council's discretion at this point. You could move this to a planning commission for a formal public hearing and to start that development code process. You could have another workshop, or of course you can proceed without having any amendments to Article 23. So the three of us staff are here, and as well as the UTAC chair Tripp, I think, as Tony mentioned, he's on the line as well. So I'll just turn it over to you, Mayor, for where to go from here.
Thank you all. Doug Tripp, since you're out there, was there anything you wanted to add before we start with council questions?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. I really don't have anything to add other than just love to mention that Tony, Donna, and Brad had done a great job at presenting that information. And I think all of that is really consistent with what we were feeling within the committee and how we achieve some of those. It's really good to talk about it. That's all I have, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have as well.
Okay, thank you. Valerie, I see your hand is up.
Yes, thank you. I have been on this road since 2015 on the Urban Tree Committee. I was a liaison, so it is interesting to see where we have come from that point. And we have a much better project now than we did back then. So, though it's taken a long time, it does show that sometimes time can bring good things. So I thank the city for going in this direction. I do have a question, because one of the biggest hassles I have when I'm out walking on sidewalks is curbs and the sidewalks and how the tree roots uproot the sidewalks, and then they become dangerous. And so my question is, when you choose and talk about the trees that should be grown in a particular area, has the tree roots, have the tree roots be considered in those tree choices?
You want to take that, Tony?
Yeah, great question. And that piece, the behavior of tree roots per species, has informed the new tree list. And I've been using several resources to figure out already established data on different tree species and their roots. And Cal Poly, actually, they have a great resource that breaks down kind of these surface root offending trees. But, and we have a good sense in our current landscape. In our tree inventory project, we're collecting data in our own town where we're able to, for every tree, of course, the species size, but also the planter strip width, and we're noting if sidewalks are being impacted by it, as well as curbs. So we're starting to get data, and as the inventory project gets along, we'll have really great localized data on it. There are other factors that can play into the roots. The more quality soil that's given to the trees, especially in the development, the behavior of the trees, it's similar to people, nature versus nurture. Genetics are at play, but also the environment. And so better soils, more appropriate irrigation for trees will encourage deeper roots for most species. There are those like the sweet gum and red maples that do like to have surface roots, but there are cultural practices that we can do to encourage those roots to develop lower and avoid the sidewalks. But for example, the sweet gums, not even on our new tree list, but red maples will require the largest planter strip width so that we can minimize those future impacts.
So when people choose these trees off of the tree list then, or the ones that you have for particular areas, do you actually have that information that you give to them at the time that they're choosing the tree?
Yes, with the new list, it's broken down by planter strip width.
Okay, thank you very much. So I appreciate the input that you've been able to add to this project.
Brian, go ahead.
Thank you. I just had a question about the Firewise option. So I know that staff recommends it in the interface area. Is it still an option in the other areas, or is that no longer an option for non-wildland interface areas?
This is Donna. I can answer that, I believe, if Brad will concur, that people could use that and it would fit probably the low water option, and it would fit into one of the other options. So I don't think it would be discouraged. Brad, what do you think? Brad, are you there?
Well, I guess maybe more to my point is, you know, why wouldn't it still just be one of the options?
Well, we looked at how other cities are doing it, and we looked at the recommendations from Firewise.org as well as CAL FIRE, because they both have great resources. And basically it is in the wildland urban interface where they recommend that type of landscaping.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Joel?
Well, and then too, I mean, just to follow up on what Brian said, which was a good observation, is that is not excluded from the non-WUI environment. That can still be done, and you still have that flexibility, which is a good thing. I was wondering, what is the permeability of the mulch to water? In terms of hard surface area, and I was just thinking, you know, cities typically have a lot of impermeable surface that changes the hydraulics.
So the recommendation is that no plastic be put underneath it, nothing that's impermeable go underneath the mulch.
Great. Okay, and that will also reduce our wastewater expenses, which would be good. Then the other thing I didn't hear, but what is the effect, you know, having been to Beaverton and Sherwood where my grandkids live, for some reason they've done they got a lot more trees than we do. And it's not that they care more, it just what happened, I guess, I don't know. But the mitigation of hot summer temperatures with that increase in shade over the long term, Tony, could you address what that would be for us over time? That's quite a question to ask. You could do your thesis on that, Tony.
To clarify, are you, just to understand the question?
Yeah, so like in parking lots, the which was a lot different than what we see up north in terms of existing. When we increase the canopy cover over parking lots, the effect on hot summer temperatures, and the same thing in those strips, those planter strips along the street, that would result in more trees, and I would guess it would also mitigate hot summer temperatures better. So Grants Pass would be an even more livable city when the temperatures get warm.
Yes, definitely. The EPA has a good data summary about shaded surfaces that are around 40 degrees Fahrenheit cooler than non-shaded surfaces. And there are other ambient temperature decreases through transpiration and also that shading. I can look up those statistics and
you don't have to do that, Tony. I think it's intuitively obvious. I appreciate what you put together for us, like Valerie suggested.
All right, I think Aaron and Rick are up next.
Yes, I have Rick with me, and so he has a question.
Tony, I think you pretty much answered most of the questions, but when you're talking the landscape strip for the tree and the cubic foot requirement of the soil, you just recently mentioned the root development is different based on each tree. Is there an opportunity providing the root development would be such that you could, that cubic foot requirement could be a vertical rather than a horizontal requirement so they could dig down? Is that a possibility?
That's a great question. So with the cubic feet, the volume for the soil, for most species, that what the research shows is to just calculate the top 2 to 3 feet of soil. That's because that's where over 90% of the roots will be for most trees, and certainly a lot of that fibrous root system to take up the water. So one of the recommendations of the tree committee had in terms of parking lot locations and could be applied for the planter strips are structural soils. And the city of Medford already has that in their code. And this is something that the tree committee recommended. And these soils, I think one of the earliest version was developed in Cornell University. And so they have published like open source specifications. And that's actually something that's in our draft stormwater management manual. And so we looked at those specifications and they matched what the Urban Tree Advisory Committee already researched. So those soils can help. And it's not the best soil, but it's certainly much better than infill and other soils or construction materials that might be underneath the sidewalks or elsewhere outside of the landscape area. So that's one of the solutions that urban forestry researchers have developed. Yeah.
Was that your only question, Rick?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, looks like Vanessa, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you. I actually have a discussion, so if we're not there yet, I'll hold off.
Okay, Brian, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just had one more question. It's a small one, but I'm not familiar with no-mow grasses. I would assume that those are just grasses that grow so low that you don't have to mow them, but could somebody just confirm that maybe?
Yeah, Brian, this is Donna. They're also not just low, they're native grasses that grow in clumps, and you see them kind of as decorative grasses. There are also ones that are just kind of mounding, and they don't require mowing either.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
DJ, did you have a question?
I do. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Let's see. Going back to the commercial application there, moving to % canopy versus the tree quantity model. I'm curious about what the anticipation for that would be. And what I mean is it anticipated maturation of these trees to be a certain canopy coverage, or is the expectation that upon installation they would have to meet a certain percentage of coverage?
I can take a first crack at that, and then Tony or Donna can jump in. But no, it's definitely at maturity. So we would look at the street tree list and look at that particular species, whatever that is being proposed, and look at what the the average width of the canopy is at maturity, and then that's what we would use to factor in. So at the time of planting, we all recognize those are going to be much less than what it would be at maturity. So for several years, you would not have that that canopy coverage. Does that get to your question?
Yeah, I guess their follow-up question for you would be, what would be the specific requirements for the installation of the tree? Pretty standard, like we've seen before, 2-inch base, 6 foot tall, something along those lines, or would that vary depending on the species of tree? I'd like to know what would be expected upon installation of something like this.
Yeah, Tony, do you want to maybe highlight the structure of soil? Because I think that's probably the main difference between our current code and the new one related to the parking lots.
Yeah, of course. The size of the tree would be the same except for that 2-inch, I believe that, yeah, the 2-inch caliper. That would be the new standard for those replacements. And, but for the soil, it would be a structural soil. Unless there was a large enough island to accommodate the required soil volume, but the tree committee's recommendation was to have the same requirement that the city of Medford has, which is to have 2 cubic feet of soil for every square foot of tree canopy at maturity. And to accommodate that, similar to what the city of Medford allows, is structural soil to make up for the soil that may not be exposed in that landscape island.
Okay, but as far as the actual tree planting, would we be using that caliper model?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you. That clarifies that. I also have a question about the inspections, specifically the irrigation inspections to prevent overspray. I recall talking about this in great detail. What's the theory behind inspections for preventing overspray?
DJ, this is Donna. I recall that conversation as well. From our meetings last year, we had a long discussion about whether we could go out and do that and how it would work. So, Tony, do you recall anything on that? I am just kind of...
So, what I recall about that, if you don't mind, was that it was kind of an onerous regulation. We had talked about that. It didn't come out of recommendation from really anywhere. And just kind of the practicality, both in staff time and effort and actual installation of an irrigation system. That was the nature of the conversation, if that helps.
Right. And we're keeping the inspection of the irrigation system. So we'll just go out there and make sure it's in. And I don't think we actually changed that language in the development code on the last draft, DJ.
Yes, but what's being specifically prevented is adding another inspection to prevent overspray of landscaping irrigation.
Right, we didn't add that in. And that may be showing up on a slide. I think I saw that and I was like, I'm not sure about that. So,
yeah, it's
no
mentioned a couple times throughout this.
Oh, DJ, just to let you know, there was no intent to add another inspection for irrigation.
So other amendments, let's see, which one there? Presented to date, continued other amendments. So irrigation inspections to ensure no overspray is mentioned during Brad's presentation, and then followed up, then again, other under amendments, irrigation inspections to ensure no overspray. So with all due respect, this is explicitly stated of adding that.
Okay.
And so is the intention to not add that, and it just kind of got into the presentation. I'm just really trying to understand what the intention and recommendation about that specific inspection.
My intention, based on all of our discussions, was not to add it in because it would be too onerous to have somebody out there turn it on. Is it overspraying? And Brad, I'm not sure when you put together that slide, if that was just picked up from an earlier rendition.
That's quite possible. I mean, I guess I would say at this point, this is a completely open ordinance. If the council wants to, to see that removed, we can do that. I do think in this case that that carried over. We do all in every new commercial building permit when our planners go into the field and do the inspection. We at this point it's really just verifying that it's on. So the truth is that adding, the specific to overspray, I mean that would add several more minutes depending on the level of detail. We're not going to go look at every single head, obviously, but that would add if that was going to be in there. So I think that is a carryover.
Sure, and then of course thinking about the client's perspective of having to be there and activate all the zoning at whatever time the inspector would come up. So if it is truly just something that came in and carryover, I personally would not like to see that as being an addition to the inspections. Let's see here. Another question moving into the residential for let's see, the low density. I'm gonna try to get this up here. No, low water design. Can't even read my own writing here. So low water design, we had talked about in at least the task force that we formed, and perhaps even in a council meeting, possibilities of capturing and reusing rainwater. Is that something that's been thought about or considered?
Yes, DJ. However, we were waiting for the Public Works to finalize their stormwater plan, and then we would add it at another date because we want to make sure that everything that they adopt then is reflected. So yeah, that was to come in the future.
Okay, where Jason, if you're there, where are you at in that cooperative effort with community development about stormwater and potential for rainwater capture?
Councilor Frazier, this is Jason. I'm not exactly sure what our role was in that. I apologize for that.
I'm not either, Jason.
Oh.
I don't know. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. This is new news to me.
Okay, yeah, I mean, we can. I know that we would want, residential landscape features to retain stormwater. That will be something that we are including in our stormwater management manual, which we will be getting in front of council here in the next, I would guess, 6 to 8 months. I know that Wade and Shelley and the consultant are working on that right now. So it is definitely an option that would fit with a low water use approach.
Sure. So if I'm hearing it correctly, the stormwater program needs to be fledged out and officiated before consideration for stormwater or rain gutter usage can be implemented. Is that correct?
This is Donna. So in talking to Brad and talking over the whole possibility of this, that's what we had discussed, was make sure that the stormwater plan was done, and then we could easily make sure that we aren't putting the cart before the horse, and everything
Okay.
is good on all fronts.
Sure. For all intents and purposes, I think it's clever to talk about that at this meeting and the upcoming meeting so the UAPC can make also considerations if we tend to forward it to them, at least in anticipation that this is a possibility, and can be ensured that if it is a possibility, then it becomes implemented in the code. Does that make sense? I wouldn't want to do all this and then forget about that, because I see that kind of being as a key factor here for conservation and the effort that we're doing here.
Absolutely.
Let's see here. Coming up with the 50% landscaping area may contain 2-inch organic mulch or hardscape mulch using low water design. Where did you come up with those numbers? I've read other development codes and they slightly differ from each other. So I'm curious as to where 50% came from. And I'm trying to understand what your idea of a low water design or xeriscaping project might look like.
Okay, so the 50% was taken from looking at other municipalities. And, you know, it's just based on what I saw as standard operation, the lowest amount allowed without plantings. And the way I would envision it is that the plants are grouped together in zones. Different municipalities like Medford and Reading, they have different zones, water zones. Bend has a water zone area, so that the plants are together, minimizes the irrigation that might go in, or in residential, minimizes the upkeep for the homeowner or landlord. So it's just. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. No, I'm sorry if I've interrupted you, Donna.
No, I'm good.
Okay. So per 1,000 square feet, just entertaining hypothetical, we have a tree, 4 shrubs, 50% rock or mulch. Now we have 500 more square feet of remaining area that's to be treated with living ground cover that has been the proposed changes away from attractive living ground cover, which is a good change. Can you describe to me can you actually define for me what you mean by living ground cover other than a mulch or grass or something like that?
Well, we actually created that definition in our work group. Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
I will have to pull it up.
You and me are the only people here that probably know what that definition might have been.
Yeah, not a problem. Here we go, ground cover definition. Okay. Where was our final one? We worked on it. We took care of weeds. I found my notes, everybody, on what we were looking at. And here we go, meeting agenda and notes. Let me look in here.
Okay, so I guess.
So I don't have it like at the tip of my fingers, I'm sorry.
Sure, yeah, and I don't think it's appropriate to try to find it at this time. I think the point I'm trying to make is that needs to be well defined. A tree and 4 shrubs and 50%, you're not going to get that other ground cover. I think people need to know exactly what that means. You know, heretofore, attractive living ground cover has been interpreted as many different things, whether it's a whole yard full of mulch and just a couple shrubs and a tree, or grass otherwise. You know, I think that's an important thing that's missing from this.
I did find it. This is how the ad hoc committee defined it. Any variety of low-growing, trailing, non-invasive plants used to cover the ground to provide protection of the soil from erosion, drought, and weeds.
Okay, perfect. Let's make sure that we put that in there for these examples. I appreciate that.
Sure.
So going into native plants, pollinator, wildlife design, all these are great ideas, by the way. So if I understand it, the tree is from the native tree list, and then low water design is from a drought tolerant list. And I presume there's a tree list for fire safe residential as well. Are those pretty well defined, Tony? Have you worked over those tree lists for residential uses?
Yes, I have. I created the PDFs for them. So when you get through approval, I'll have them. I assume I could share them with you.
Okay. No, I think that's great because one of the primary motivators here was the tree list and how it needed work. And I really appreciate the effort that you've done because I've seen some of those lists and what you're trying to do here. I guess the nature of this question would really get into, it's sounding like per tax lot, you have 3 options. You have xeriscaping, plant pollinator, and what we're calling traditional. Is this per 1,000 section of tax lot? Is that, what if somebody wanted to entertain, a mixture of these? Could somebody put a drought tolerant tree on a pollinator, and have that count? Is there fluidity between these? Or is it basically you have 3 paths and that's it?
I think the lists provide quite a bit of flexibility, don't you, Tony?
Yeah, especially the trees. There's quite a bit of overlap where you can easily find a lot of trees that satisfy multiple, or actually all 3 of those designs. And then similar with the shrubs and the ground cover, the city of Ashland has been gracious in allowing us to use a lot of their work that they've done, where they've categorized a lot of plants from ground cover all the way up to trees, and there's definitely overlap.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. I kind of wanted to expand a little bit about what Brian said and Joel had said about the Firewise. And I think this is what they were asking, but I'm not really sure as to why a fire safe residential model wouldn't be allowed as a specific use outside of the wild and urban interface.
Executive session. Oh, there's Tony.
What was that?
Hey, Joel.
Okay.
Back in the meeting. Okay.
Yeah,
You're better than I did.
Hey, there he is.
we're just still in the regular meeting, everybody.
Okay. Real quick, DJ.
Sure.
This sounds like a very valid point, and we could reword it so that the fire safe landscaping is mandatory in the WUI, but it's also an option in other areas. I think that sounds like it might address what the concerns are.
Yeah. If that was a possibility, I mean, I guess from just personal experience, I've built a home for a client, and they were Firewise as minimum possible as anything that they could do to create a protected space from them, and they lived in the city. It'd be nice to be able to, for people to be able to have that option, and I just wanted to chime that in. I did read your memo that you wrote to us about other communities regarding artificial turfs, and we came to, let's see, I'm sorry, I'm trying to flip through your, we came to the recommendation that, I can't find it, the recommendation that we don't apply artificial turfs to our development code. My question is, well, why? So the memo explained what other communities doing, but I want to know why the recommendation is to not put in artificial turfs.
Okay. So it's not to be included as a ground cover for new development. And of course, this all addresses what's going in for new development. And the reasons why are listed above that. So starting on the top of page 2, starting on the top of page 2, third paragraph down, or actually the second one, a web search was conducted for other Oregon municipalities and artificial turf was not listed as an option for ground cover. And then it goes into the environmental reasons and what happens when you cover soils and the creation of the artificial turfs. So based on all of that research, which is just summarized there, there's another topic you could probably write a thesis on, like you said earlier. So based on this information, staff is recommending that it not be included, again, as a ground cover for new development. We do not go out and police existing gardens.
Sure. I can't belabor this because it seems to be there's information that I've skimmed over or something. So I'll be sure to look into that in the future.
Okay.
My apologies. Yeah, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thanks, DJ. Doug Tripp, did you still want to jump in there?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. I just wanted to touch on what DJ mentioned about the overspraying and inspections for that. And I'm curious, just because from an arborist standpoint, I could see a lot of benefits in doing those inspections for the long-term health and ultimately kind of at the same time addressing Valerie's concerns with roots potentially growing underneath the sidewalk somewhat just below surface and causing problems over a long period of time. And overspraying, for example, overspraying from my perspective would be defined as a sprinkler or some form of irrigation spraying over the intended vegetation, like maybe a ground cover or a shrub, and hitting the base of a tree. That can cause a lot of problems for a tree over a long period of time. And it seems like there might be some benefits in doing those inspections to not only make sure that we're conserving water during irrigation practices, but ensuring that the trees are also seeing the kind of care that they're going to need over the long period or the longevity of their life. So my question is, are we implementing some sort of requirements for inspecting the irrigation after it's installed?
This is Brad, Doug. As we talked about earlier, right now we don't have the staffing capacity in community development to do that. And even if we do, we are checking it at the front end. But I think if I'm understanding the concern correctly, the changes in the trajectory of the sprinkler head, they're going to change over time as the sprinkler system gets used, and people bump the heads, and so in order to really ensure we could do a one-time inspection at the front end, but that in the long haul isn't going to really get us too far, because what we're trying to prevent is, as you said, kind of this repetitive issue. So at this point, there's not any kind of proposal coming from staff that issue, is that we're going to change what we're doing now, which is just that initial front end inspection.
I see. So I guess that would bring me to another question, and would be we're inspecting the landscape and the trees after they've been planted on a new development. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is there any way that we can incorporate an irrigation inspection when we have staff go out to inspect the landscape?
Yes, and we do that. In terms of just verifying that it's installed, that's easier to do than what I was hearing. That was how do we ensure that the overspray, after year 2 and year 3 and year 4, that really becomes a property owner responsibility. But for that initial inspection, we're not talking about a lot of extra time. So yeah, we can, if I'm hearing this conversation, we'll just see what comes out of the council's final motion. You know, we can incorporate that at the front end.
Yeah, that sounds great. Sorry if I was confusing there. I didn't mean to insinuate that we needed to inspect them like on an annual basis after they've been installed. I think just like a one-time inspection after the planting and the irrigation installation would do a lot of good. And staff would also have the opportunity to hopefully educate property owners and developers and even irrigation installers the importance of maintaining those sprinkler heads so that they don't wind up getting bumped and hitting the base of a tree. If that goes on for a very long period of time, then those developers have invested in planting those trees, and kind of a hiccup like that were to happen at, say, maybe year 4 of the tree being planted, that going on for a very long period of time, and we're talking years. I mean, irrigation hitting the base of a tree a couple of times throughout its life is not a big deal. But if you have a sprinkler system that is always hitting the base of the tree over a very long period of time, the roots are going to respond to that, and we're going to wind up with the same problems that we see a lot in our public right-of-ways, where we have ground cover within the drip line or underneath the canopy of a tree, and there's irrigation in those areas to irrigate the ground cover, but they're also overspraying to the base of the tree and causing some of these cultural issues that Tony mentioned earlier. And I think that's just an inspection during the planting inspection would really help kind of avoid some of that to some extent. I understand that things are going to happen over a long period of time, and irrigation can kind of be tough to maintain. But if we can kind of initially set it up right, it seems like that would be a really good start. And that's all I have to mention, really. I think it's important for us to look at that and maybe consider implementing that into our current inspections when we go to take a look at this landscape.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Doug. Thank you. We'll get hooked together offline and with our maybe the committee and some other key folks, and you know, if this is the direction that comes out of this ordinance, we'll get some best practices from you and others and incorporate that into our current practice.
All right.
Great. Thanks for your time, everybody.
Thank you. You've been very patient. Valerie, did you have a question?
Well, I just had a couple brief questions. Going back to what Rick had said and talking about the structural soils, I was unclear whether that in the code, are those required or are those just recommended, determined, I mean, based upon where you're planting them? So that was my question on that one. I was unclear.
Tony, do you want to take that one?
Yeah. So the tree recommendation was to require structural soils if your standard kind of soil that's not covered by a surface is sufficient. So it's basically whatever you need to make up for that tree volume calculation that's not pervious. You can make it up underneath impervious surfaces through the structural soils.
Okay, so that was alrighty. That clarifies that for me. Thank you, because I wasn't sure until Rick asked it, and then I was confused. So, alrighty, so that's based upon that. And then in talking about the overspray, it was my understanding that we took out the inspector coming out before the trees are planted. We're only going to wait until at the end. And I would think if that's what we did, that it would, because it helps the developer, but at the same time, we do have them turn on the sprinklers, because that's kind of, you know, kind of lays that out. So you do one inspection at the end and have them turn the sprinklers on so that you have an idea of how it is, and that would bring up the conversation that Doug brought up, but keeping as minimal as possible.
Hey, Valerie, I think you accidentally hit mute.
It's because my phone was ringing in the background, sorry. But I'll just speak over it. But anyway, and I wanted to also thank Donna for clarifying that living ground cover. I do think that's important to have them have a clue. I mean, I do a lot of gardening and that sort of thing, so I can kind of envision it. But for somebody who doesn't, you know, if you're going to put 50% some sort of living ground cover, it really would help to give an idea of what that means. So I liked the definition in make sure the
You're muted again.
I muted again. I know it keeps going back and forth, but I just wanted to say, short and sweet, I think it's important that you have the living ground cover defined in there, what can be used in that case. Because I wondered, I had the same question that DJ did. So it was very nice to hear that definition. So make sure that's included. Thank you. That's it.
Hey, Rob, are you still out there? Do you have a question? Not sure if he may be having a connectivity issue. I've seen him pop in twice and then disappear.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no question at this time. Thank you very much.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions? All right. In that case, I will move us into discussion mode. And Vanessa, your hand's been up for a while there.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to give some direction on my hopeful outcome for this. The memo that Donna had put together was really thoughtful and encompassing, so thank you very much for that. I did appreciate that information and I enjoyed reading it. Under section 4, subsection A is the current draft language for the fire safe design. And I did have some concerns about this language. It states this landscape design will only be approved for the areas located in the wildland urban interface as shown on the City of Grants Pass interactive GIS map. So I was concerned about the will only be approved for the areas located in the urban interface. I was hoping to see that draft language would encompass the whole city, similar to how it does in the actual presentation today, where it does show that the fire safe design is a menu option for citywide use. So I would like to see it move in that direction for a citywide use option, because technically all of Grants Pass is an urban wildland interface. It's just designated by our local jurisdiction. Those areas are extreme wildfire hazard zones. And also on the memo at the very bottom, under section 5, it does outline water conservation incentives and that will be coming forward in a separate project. So to Public Works, I'm really looking forward to that discussion. That concludes my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think DJ, you had something?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Doug, thank you very much for your input about the overspray. From that arborist perspective, you know, that is perhaps a perspective that I lacked. And I think from that angle, perhaps continuing to address the overspray issue would be appropriate. My idea of overspray was maybe on adjacent blacktop or otherwise, and I can see that becoming a very onerous requirement. You know, I have a lawn and it sprays on my driveway, and no matter how hard I try, it continues to spray on my driveway. Finding a healthy balance between that would be appropriate. I do also think about from the client's perspective, there would have to be a dictated appointment of the inspection, which is not currently how inspections are performed, so that a planner could meet.
I think we lost you. DJ, are you still out there?
DJ, see if you're at mute all of a sudden covered, because mine kept doing it even though I didn't think I tapped it. So just look and see if you're muted.
Just give him a second to call in. Hey, DJ, you're back.
All right, what a time to get a dropped call. Anyway, as I was going with that, you would have to make an appointment between client and planner to meet out there at a time that they could activate all their zones and make sure they inspect and understand what it is they're supposed to do. So let's keep talking about it, but you know, there's some work to be done there. I'd like to see some sort of, you know, combination application, kind of bridging the gaps between these applications. Part of the spirit behind this, at least from a residential perspective, was to encourage conservation and also allow for a little bit more poetic license in how a property owner would landscape their yard. Just going to reiterate that I would like to add rainwater usage to this conversation, particularly for the next time that it comes up, and then also so UAPC can have that other variable there to include there. And then also, you know, reviewing tree lists and those kind of different things would be great once we get closer and closer to this thing, so we know kind of exactly what it is that we're going to be approving. So I'm very excited to have had this conversation, and I think this is going to be a benefit for our community. Thank you.
All right, Brian, you are next.
Thank you. So my thoughts really reflect what Vanessa and DJ said. I think it sounds like the overspray inspection, now that we've had all the discussion about it, it sounds like, you know, it's something that is probably possible and probably worth doing if we can figure out how to do it in a streamlined way. I agree with DJ about talking about the rainwater in the future. I agree with DJ about looking at mixing and matching the options. I don't know if it's possible to maybe create some sort of like matrix or a chart where, you know, it makes it easier for people. But I think that's a good idea. I appreciate Vanessa's opinion about having the Firewise option as an explicitly listed option in the options for homeowners along with the other three. I think it does no harm to put it in there, and it honestly would probably do some good. So I would be in favor of putting that on that list. And then regarding the low water option, I wasn't sure if this was question or discussion, but basically, you know, the low water still requires up to 50% ground cover, which, you know, is a pretty significant amount. So I'm wondering if there might be an opportunity to maybe have some sort of flexibility there where, you know, maybe a property owner wants to have it as low water as possible. I wonder if maybe we could, you know, have something to where there's a trade-off. If, you know, if they want to have more than 50% not living ground cover, maybe they could somehow make that up with an extra tree or something where, you know, it's not required to be ground cover, but they still get that living cover, whether it's tree or ground. So I don't know if there's a possibility to maybe have that flexibility on the low water option, but I'd be interested to seeing if that's possible. Thank you.
Hey, Doug. Right now we're in the council discussion portion of this, so we normally wouldn't allow any further public or committee comment, but since today is our first day doing this and things are a little weird, did you have something that's brief?
Sure. Talk on it a little bit when I was speaking on the overspraying, but just to touch on what DJ had mentioned, I really agree that the stormwater management system and how we can capture some of that and use it to kind of help aid some of the drought conditions throughout the summer, especially with our right-of-way trees and other landscape that are in our public and semi-public areas. We're just kind of solving a portion of this problem, and the stormwater management is a big part of that we need to address. And I'm really going to take what DJ said under consideration and bring that back to the committee. And I just wanted to pass that on, that we're going to bring it as well. So thanks for bringing it up.
Thank you. Valerie.
Yeah, I also appreciate the stormwater part of it, but when I listened to Jason speaking, he was talking 8 or 9 months, which usually in my terminology and my experience with the city means probably it's at least a year out before we get the whole stormwater part introduced to us and the manual put forward. So I would, knowing that this has gone on for since 2015 and there's been absolutely no changes made to the code since for a long time, I would like to move forward and have what we have put together, which I have heard the Firewise needs to be given one of the options. I know there are some lots in the city where, you know, you put 10 foot of nothing around your house and you're going to pretty much have nothing around your house because the neighbors are so close. So I think that's one of the options where it will work. And so I do agree with the Firewise part of it. I do agree that we need to do when we do our the final inspection on the end of it, that a sprinkler, looking and seeing how the sprinklers run makes sense. But I hate to have something small like that hold up everything put something out for one more year. And I guess that's just my impatience and through the years of seeing how slow things work. I would like to see something move forward and going on. I like the options. I like the way that they have given those 4 options. I like the way that the parking lot and commercial trees are being held to some form. But I think those things can move forward without us having to wait for a year for the stormwater manual to come forward. Though I do think that is extremely important to come forward, and that will, at that point in time, can truly add more to the low water maintenance and retaining some of the water for plants. So that's an exciting thing, but I question if it's going to be that far out there, whether we should hold up everything for that.
Thank you. DJ.
Yes. Okay. So I'd like to see UAPC address this. I think it's right up their alley. They deserve to give the input to council. That being said, council has talked about some notable and appreciable changes to what's being proposed today. I would like to see those changes manifest into the recommendation to UAPC before it goes to them. So I'm not sure the best way to proceed. Perhaps staff can just be sure to take everything that we've said today and put it inside of the nice little package that goes to UAPC and then send it to them. Or is the best practice at this point to have another workshop about this to ensure that this is closer to what council wants? But I think either option would be fine, but I would like to see this move to UAPC for a public hearing.
All right, Vanessa?
Yeah, I think earlier I neglected to mention that I do support staff's recommendation to require the Firewise landscaping in the wildfire hazard zones of the city. I do support that. And I also support Councillor Faser's statement about moving this to the UAPC. And I'm not familiar with the exact process of that, but perhaps it would be helpful to them if they could see staff's recommendations and also council's recommendations side by side so they can make the best decision.
And Rob?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. You know, I think that Valerie's point about not necessarily delaying things for a year when we're really not very far away, I think is quite valid, although, because I really don't think we're that, even though it might seem as though there's a lot of balls in the air, I actually think we're pretty close here. I do like DJ's suggestion of sending it over to UAPC to kind of get their viewpoint on it. So I would kind of lean there rather than move forward before they've heard it. One quick question, and I'm really sorry if I hope there's somebody still there that can answer it. But when we've talked about, how large a tree for a parking lot has to be at maturity, how big the canopy has to be, and so forth, have we ever been told, or at least I don't understand, how long does it take for a tree to get to maturity? In other words, are we talking about a 20-year maturity? Are we talking about 40 years? What, so is there anyone there that can give me an idea on that?
This is Brad, and that's really going to depend on the species. Some of them are going to get to maturity at 15, and some of them are going to take, 40, as you said. So it really is going to depend on the species, and we have such a broad variety of species in our list right now. So you probably, in all likelihood, you're going to see a combination, depending on the size of the parking lot, and depending on what species a developer chooses to put in there. It's certainly not going to be probably a uniformity of canopy over that. It's going to really depend on the species.
Well, I appreciate that. I just have to wonder, when we're looking at all the benefits that having a decent canopy from a tree-covered parking lot, provide, I just wonder if we can choose species that are going to get us there sooner than 40 years. It just seems to wait 40 years to get, so many of those benefits. I don't want to be short-sighted, so to speak, because we want long-term benefit as well. But I just can't see having trees that are going to take 40 years to really do to give us the benefits that we're looking for. I'd like to see species that are chosen for a little bit quicker maturity than that.
Brian.
Yeah, thank you. Just real quick, I would agree with Rob with regards to the commercial tree requirements. Maybe looking at a years to maturity maximum would be a good thing, and I don't know what that number should be. Maybe 25 years, but I do agree with him in principle, and I think that it's a good idea that as long as we can get healthy trees grown quick in those commercial lots, that would be ideal, and not more onerous for the property owner. But I did want to touch back on the low water design thing, because I do realize now that it was really a question that I should have asked staff. So I guess Donna or Tony or Brad, do you think that there could be flexibility for having reduced ground cover if increased number of trees were planted? Is that something you think could possibly work?
This is Donna. I'll let Brad take that. Would just have to come up with some kind of matrix as you suggested. Brad, do you have anything on that?
No, I don't. Right off the top of my head, I think we've got good notes from this and understand that this is something that council wants us to look into. I commit to making sure that we do our research on this before it goes to UAPC and give them all the options.
Great, thank you. I see Tony has his hand up.
Go ahead, Tony.
Thank you, Mayor. For the canopy coverage, I'll follow Brad's direction with providing future research. So I'll get back to you after I consult with my director.
Thank you.
All right. Any other council comments at the moment? All right. Several people mentioned that DJ wanted it to go to UAPC, but he did actually say first he wants it to come back to council to review the changes. Am I getting that right, DJ?
Oh, allow me to clarify. I just only saw two options, that we could send it to UAPC with the things that we have recommended, or have a council meeting to make sure that it's comprehensive enough. I'm not either way, or I just whatever council believes is the best way to do it. I think Vanessa had a good idea. Now that we're on it, in that send what staff is recommending, but make sure that they also understand the changes that council wanted to see.
Okay, council, was that okay to move forward to UAPC without going back to us? Brian, you're up first.
Okay.
Oh, it still seems a little loose to me. So as onerous as it might seem to have it at another workshop, I think if we did another workshop, it would probably be pretty quick since this was pretty in depth. And so my personal preference would just to have it be a little bit cleaner before it goes to UAPC.
All right, Valerie?
Well, it has to go to UAPC anyway, if I'm correct, because it is an ordinance. And so it obviously has to go to UAPC. So, and then it has to come back to us. So personally, I think at this point in time, with the notes that they've taken and my belief and trust in the staff is that they can take what we've given them, bring it to UAPC, then we'll have a recommendation from UAPC, and we'll have another chance at that time to look over it and see, how we feel about it. So I feel that it's time, and that I trust it can go to UAPC with the recommendations that have come from today's meeting, and then we'll have a further discussion when it comes back to us. I would just like to move forward.
Okay. Anyone else want to chime in? I can't see most of you and get a feel for the room, so.
So Sarah, is that okay?
Yep.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, it's important, I think, that, like everyone has said, that the council review it, but they can do it after it goes to UAPC. And this thing has been 7 years in the making. We want to get it right. We want to go slow to go fast. But we can do that by sending it to UAPC now. And then after it goes through that hoop, it'll come back to us for review, and we can make sure that everything is the way it needs to be. So I would like to see it go forward.
All right, Valerie, I think your hand is that's just an old hand, isn't it? Do you have something new to say?
No, sorry, that was an old hand.
Okay, I'll take it down. Vanessa, did you have something?
Yeah, I wanted to voice support for moving this forward to the UAPC. I believe that staff can organize all of the thoughts from today and the recommendations and present that to the UAPC, and it'll come back to the council as an organized, clean packet from there with all of the recommendations, including from the UAPC. And then at that point, if council still does feel like there's something missing, we're welcome to introduce any amendments. Thank you.
Okay. So now I am hearing majority support for moving something forward to UAPC with the notes that we've suggested today. So let's go ahead and do that. Is there anything further on this topic? All right. In that case, we will move on. So next up on the agenda is the Ramsey property discussion, and I think Brad might be leading that one.
Yes, I will kick it off after I get my act together and get the right presentation up here. Okay, is that the right size?
It looks good to me.
Okay, so I will, I think, be able to walk through this pretty quickly. And and Aaron and Mark may have some things to add in here. So this is to give you a status, give the council status of where we're at with the notice of intent to award the AVS Communities LLC on the Ramsey, Nebraska Senior Affordable Housing Development. It's a 66-unit project that I think the council is familiar with. I have just a little bit of background in this presentation since quite a bit of this work did happen prior to January when 3 of the councilors and you, Mayor, came on board. So I'll try to work through that quickly. And this is a piece of that background. This is the RFP included several elements. RFP being request for proposal. Sorry, I didn't spell that one out. So we are, the idea was to get up to 66 residential units at the 80% AMI or below. It is a 1.89 acre parcel, and the language in the request for proposal did say that we aim to recapture the almost 1.1 million of appraised value. It was not a mandatory provision. The city would entertain reductions in the sale price, and the applicants had to show us experience with affordable housing. We did include a couple of paragraphs about having quality, sustainable building design as well. The results of the RFP came back, and it showed AVS Communities offering the full appraised value, Josephine County Housing and Development Council offering $250,000. NeighborWorks Umpqua suggested paying a nominal, non-specified amount for the property, and then Northwest Housing Alternatives, the 4th respondent, requested a no-cost transfer of the land where the city maintained ownership and then leased the property back. So here's a few highlights. March 2020, we issued the RFP. There were 2 kind of different deadlines. Deadline's probably not quite the right word. There was always just one deadline, but then we did extend it because of a couple of supplemental questions. The city issued the notice of intent in September of 21, and then we sent the draft development and sales agreement to AVS in March of this year. And then in April and May, I had some email exchanges with Craig Thomas, who was the senior vice president of AVS, more just kind of, clarifications, talking about timing. There was an email back and forth about the deed restriction, including, senior having to do with the occupants and things like that. And then in June, we actually had a call with AVS. The project engineer was on there, a couple of other staff for them. We talked about the escrow, we talked about the timeline, and they were all on board at that point. They actually committed to having the development agreement signed and returned back to us within 2 weeks after that call in June. So then we get on to July, and we had an email from AVS just confirming that their investor was still ongoing. Then it comes to August. The city had not received anything formal at that point, so that's when the city manager issued a letter giving AVS a specific deadline of August 27th to respond, or the intent to award would be withdrawn. And to my knowledge, to date, there has not been any response from AVS Communities. So this is just a summary of the proposals, kind of the same information that I just talked about. The subsidy per unit, this was put together by Finance Director Schultz, by Adam, and he presented this to the council, just kind of showing each of the 4 respondents and how that works out based on their proposed offer. And if you look at the foregone revenue and how that works out in a subsidy per unit, with AVS having 0 subsidy because they proposed full price offer. So that's really where we're at. The city manager's letter to withdraw the tentative RFP, as I mentioned, expired a couple of weeks ago on August 27th. So at this point, we're really just looking for council direction. Do we issue a new competitive RFP? that we set the topic over to explore other alternatives, taking no action. We did check in with Mark, and his comment to me was it's really not an option to proceed directly to the number 2 bid on that 2020 RFP. It was been a year, almost a year and 3 or 4 months since it went out. So staff's thought on that is that we would essentially start over with a new competitive RFP. So that's what I have for you.
Thank you, Brad. Aaron, are you wanting to chime in, or do you have a question? Is it Rick with a question, or is it Aaron with info?
I think it might be both. I'll just add to Brad's saying, besides the letter, I also reached out and contacted them and asked for a response, left a phone message, and never did receive any email or phone call in response to our outreach. And Rick had a question.
Okay, the question I have is I would like council to reconsider. About 6 months ago, I felt like the process with them was going too slowly, and I just wondered if they had hesitations with the increase in lumber and just other requirements trying to get through some of the paperwork. So the city of Grants Pass still has a housing problem, no matter what the price range is. And I still like the idea, if it's still on the table, that they could give us $1 million, that we could entertain going back to them, get an answer within 30 or 60 days if they're still interested, they're still willing to give us the $1 million so that they could start construction. I don't know what would be reasonable, 6 months or a year, because they still have to go through the different processes. But to keep the $1 million on the table, show that we would have additional housing within a certain time period, and then offer that alternative to them. If that's not acceptable to them, then I could see going out with a new RFP, but that would be what I would like. I think there should be some consideration there. If they're still willing to pay us $1 million and they're still willing to put housing in there, I think we could remove the requirement of providing a certain percentage of affordable housing because of the fact they're just offering housing. That would be my comments. Thank you.
All right, let's stick to questions for the moment. I know DJ has a question. Valerie, do you have a question or a comment?
We can do a question.
Okay,
if you want. If DJ wants to go first, I'll let him go first.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify what you were waiting for, but thank you. DJ, please go ahead with your question.
Sure. Yeah, I have a direct question. Regards to proper procedure about something like this. Entertain any hypothetical you want, but are we required to send out another RFP if council was to choose to go in a different direction?
Yeah, this is Mark. I don't think the RFP that's over a year old is still valid.
So basically, yeah, if we were to go in a different direction, then we'd probably want to go that route again. Is that correct?
Well, we don't have to dispose of the property via RFP, but if we want to do it through the RFP process, we would have to do a new RFP.
Understood. Thank you.
Valerie, your question?
Actually, that was my question. I wanted to know specifically if that was something we had to do legally, if there what the criteria was that Mark was basing that on, if there was a certain amount of time that you had to before you going out. So that was my question as well. And then I also wanted to clarify some information, if that's possible.
Okay.
And I just say that because I happen to be married to a person who has built over 30 tax credit projects around the state of Oregon. And I can tell you some of the background I think that comes through AVS. They are out of the state business form, and they were indeed in the process of trying to get the tax credit monies. It only comes out once a year. And so in answer to Rick's question, do you think maybe they'll still be willing to go out? I can tell you they will not. I do not believe they will go out, that the purpose of waiting in June until July happened was because the process happens in July. Once a year in July is when tax credit money is designated. And if they didn't get it, then they have to wait till the next time around, which is next July. So it's not necessarily a matter of, do they still have the money? Will they still move forward? I think the reason they dropped out is because they did not get the money. I will tell you that a year ago when we did this, and this goes back to Rick, at the time my husband recommended that we go local because he said he didn't feel that the state of Oregon would ever give an out-of-the-state developer the opportunity if there were people in line from within the state of Oregon who would do the project. He also recommended that we work with Josephine County and Jackson County and do it. And he said in a heartbeat, he thinks it would be recommended because that's what they do. They look for local people to do local projects. And that would be our best bet in order to get a part of the tax credit money that is only allocated one time a year. And in this next year, there may be more of it allocated because of depending upon what happens with Biden. So anyway, that is just what I'm telling you, what my thoughts are on why they were gung-ho in June and not so gung-ho in July, is because they did not get money from the tax credit program, and that will not come back around until next July.
All right, thank you. Does anybody else have questions before we move on to discussion? All right, let's go forward with discussion. And DJ, I think you had something. DJ, are you out there? All right. Somebody else have discussion? Brian.
Thank you. So I guess first I would maybe respond to Rick's comment. I don't know that I would feel very much confidence in AVS in any capacity at this point, just given the fact that they have kind of like ghosted us. So I would probably be more in favor of looking at one of the other applicants for the original RFP. And I know we can't do that directly, so I guess I would probably be in favor of just reissuing the RFP as soon as we can and seeing what we get in and try to move this project forward.
All right, Joel?
Let me see here. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. I would say the same thing. Just go ahead and reissue the RFP and let's get on with it.
Somebody else?
Mayor, this is Vanessa.
Go ahead.
I second that. I support moving forward with another RFP.
All right, we've got 3 of you so far. What do you think, Valerie?
Well, just a minute here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I can't. I'm sitting here trying to hit buttons. Well, I personally would like to just move forward if we could possibly with local people and just, I mean, but if it takes going out for another RFP, then I guess that's what we'll have to do. But I think the sooner we can get on it, if we can get, I happen to know that Teresa Sanducci is getting ready to retire, so this might be a really good time to get her on board and talk with Jason Elsey and maybe have Jackson County, I don't know if it's possible to just go out to them or we have to go to an RFP. That's my question for Mark and Aaron.
Yeah, I'll take that. So you don't have to do an RFP. So we're talking about disposal of real property. And so it's a process set forth in statute that's really no different than, you know, our sale of property to the county for the CAC, for instance, or any other property sale that we do. So you don't have to do any sort of public procurement process or public bidding process to divest of real property. You can just pick, you can hand pick the buyer if you'd like, but you do need to show evidence of the value of the property. And if you do it through that process, the implication by statute is that you're getting something close to the market value of the property. So it's at the discretion of council whether or not you want to do an RFP, but I think the reason for the RFP before is this was aimed to be more of a collaborative effort on what the end result of the development would be. Hence, we would have a development agreement, and of course, you know, income restrictions and deed restrictions and whatnot that would have been put in place to ensure affordability.
It seems to me that everybody that applied, and that was written into the RFP, correct? So that's why
Yes,
you're
it was.
saying that was. I will tell you, knowing what Josephine County and Jackson County do that they do provide that housing, and that Jackson County in our area has done that. They did just get some funding for this year. They are building a 55-unit project over by South Middle School. So they were one of the ones that got funded this year with a project in Grants Pass that they went to on their own. And once again, they were local, they got it. They have a reputation for building that kind of housing in our area. So I personally don't think we have to go through the RFP process. I would go ahead and see if we can talk with them about putting together a proposal for that property. That would be my recommendation. And if that means maybe we bring them in for a discussion before we go out, if that's possible, because an RFP is just going to push the process out further. And I agree that I want it now, or last year or the year before that. So those are my thoughts. But I will do whatever the council of the direction of the rest of the council.
Aaron and Rick?
Okay, I'm mercenary. I like the $1 million, and if we remove the requirement for subsidized housing, we would have $1 million which could be used for SDC charges and so forth, or even subsidize people's housing. But I would want to put a requirement that within 6 months they might break ground and be under construction. And Valerie, you said the next funding cycle doesn't occur to next July. So if we're looking at that next funding cycle, even if we stick with the other alternatives, we're not going to see funding until next July and almost another year from now before any construction would start. So I think if we took off those requirements, we could actually see some housing breaking ground within 6 months, providing they are on board. If they're not on board, I don't think that's a no-brainer, but I guess I would like them to have the opportunity without those requirements. If the council was, the question is the council willing to consider going back to them and removing those requirements? No, thank you.
You're muted, Sarah.
Thank you. DJ had to step out for a sec. So DJ, just to catch you up, we're talking about how to go forward with this, and we've got Rick has indicated a preference to consider selling to AVS with removing the low-income housing restrictions. Valerie has talked about going a different way and just selling it, I think, in favor of low-income housing, but perhaps to a different organization without an RFP. And then 3 people, Vanessa, Joel, and Brian had indicated reissuing the RFP. So with all that said, what are you thinking?
Okay. Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So initially, I had been in favor of pursuing the housing authorities, particularly with Jackson cooperating with Josephine and kind of getting that going. However, after talking to Rick, I became convinced that the sale price and value of that property was more beneficial to us in helping solve our housing crunch than the amount of units that AVS or that AVS was proposing or somebody else was proposing. So I think the best case scenario was to have got the sale price of the property. Going back to AVS and seeing if they're further interested, my opinion about that is I think the writing's on the wall. They haven't communicated. They've had plenty of opportunities to do so. And so I think my sentiment is going a different direction from AVS. I still do think that getting value for the property is more beneficial than just a number of units that could be on that property. And if the best way to find that value is going through an RFP, I'd be in favor of doing that. Also, because if we do another RFP, of course, Josephine and Jackson County Housing Authority would be notified of that RFP, and they would also have a chance to come back to the table and promote what they could do with the property. So, and as would AVS for that matter. If they really wanted to come back in, then there you go. So I'm going to have to get in the camp of, at this point, probably going out for another RFP. And I'm not sure if this was asked before, but what kind of timeline do we typically expect for an RFP for property sales? Getting the RFP out, how long do we wait until we have a response to chew on?
Aaron or somebody, you want to jump in with an answer to that?
So, yeah, we've got the RFP basically developed. If council wants to still continue along those lines of affordable housing and et cetera, we could just publish that RFP, provide the 45 days open notice or 60 days open notice for them to respond. And so then you get responses back. Now you're, 90 days into it by the time council makes a potential decision after you've reviewed the RFPs, asking me questions, et cetera. That's sort of a general timeline, but really in the publication of the RFP, if you're not wanting to do much earth-shattering things different, we can just republish pretty quick.
Okay, sure. Well, thank you for that input. Another thing to consider is, as Valerie had said, basically it's really important to get those tax incentives and subsidies for affordable housing, and that's what the experts agree upon. So I think it's easy to presume that some establishment is going to need some of those, and that's not coming around until next year anyway. So whereas we want to pursue this, and it will be a benefit to the community, I think taking our time and doing it right is appropriate. So there's one more for an RFP. Thanks.
Thanks. We've got Rob up.
Yeah, hi. I'm also in favor of going back out with the RFP. I think one of the main reasons is if we don't do that, essentially amongst ourselves, we're going to be basically having to herd feral cats. I mean, we're going to have 8 different ideas. It's going to take forever. But I think by sending out an RFP, we've kind of defined what it is we're looking for and made it much clear. When we found our answer, it'll be much more clear to us. Otherwise, I just don't see us being able to make really good progress unless we define it up front. And I think the RFP helps do that.
Thank you. Valerie?
So I guess my question is we have to define the RFP. So are we going to define the RFP to be the same, looking for low-income housing and some of the restrictions, or are we, as Rick said, going to open it up and take off those restrictions and see if what we can get for somebody to just take that property and build and give us the price for the property? So that's my question to council moving forward. Are we going to do the same RFP and just keep the restrictions what we wanted before, or are we going to do as Rick said and try to keep the money coming forward to put into a fund for SDCs? So that's what I'm putting out there.
Rick, you are up next.
Okay, the thing I would, if we go out with a new RFP, I would also, so we have the full picture, know what timeline these people are looking at, because if we say, how soon can you get an apartment complex built? If they say 2 to 3 years from now, but somebody else says 6 months from now, then to me that changes satisfying or addressing the housing problem we have here in Grants Pass. And I think that factor should be in there because, as Valerie pointed out, if some of this funding does not occur till next July, we're a year out. So to me, that should be a component in that RFP if we're doing a new one. Thank you.
Brian.
Yeah, I guess just to respond to Valerie's question, I would probably be in favor of a very similar RFP that already went out. I don't see us needing to change it a lot. We got a lot of good responses on the first one. I feel like we'll get good responses if we put it out again. And yeah, I think I'm not personally in favor of removing any of the things that we were hoping to get out of this project with a new RFP. Thank you.
DJ is up next.
Sure. Just a direct response to Valerie's question there. Hey, Val, I'd like to cast a broad net here. You know, I would like to see anywhere from full price offer, non-affordable housing to all the way into maybe the other side of the spectrum is Josephine County and Jackson County housing authorities. And if we feel that the former RFP that we submitted is that wide enough net, then I don't see a reason to change it. But if it is not, I would encourage a change that would allow for the broadest spectrum of responses. Thank you.
All right. Well, we have a strong support here for doing a new RFP.
This is Valerie, and I just want to answer DJ's question if there's no other hands up.
Go ahead.
Because I do believe this time the problem that we made is we didn't have some sort of time. So in other words, AVS just kind of went out and said, oh yeah, we can do that. We can get the money. We can do that. But then when it didn't come through, well, no, we couldn't. And so I was really worried at the time that they would be able to hang on to the property and wait for a whole nother year to come around to do that. So I'm not sure how we restructure the RFP, but I think that whoever does it gives us what are the categories that we have is when could it be done? Or are you waiting for do you need to wait for the cycle? Because what that is the federal cycle. So it's federal funding that comes around once a year. There are other funding sources, but that is the biggest that is used for low-income housing. So I don't know how exactly to do it. That's why we have Mark and Aaron, is to figure out how to make that RFP be able to say, okay, we're going after an RFP. We're looking for speed of building as a part of it. So is that a possibility?
Aaron?
Yes. Yeah, you could, in your RFP, one of the criteria that you can judge the respondents on is the implementation of affordable housing. So, or whatever that is. So you could score points associated with that. So if one can do it in 6 months, they may get the full 10 points. If one can do it in a year and a half, you may only give them 2.5 points or something like that.
So you're saying if we stick.
Hang on, Valerie, you're muted.
Okay. What if we wanted to open it up broad to see where we can get, like Rick was saying, the bigger bang for the buck, where it's just like somebody was willing to say, well, we're just going to put a regular one on there and we can give you the $1 million for the property, and then we'll be able to have that up and running in what, a year from now. It'll be, you know, so that is that more points than if they were to come forward and do low income housing. And so that's my question to the rest of you. I think Rick gets that question, but I'm not sure that I completely have gotten an answer from the rest of the people, whether they want to make sure that it does indeed address low income housing, or whether they're willing to open it up to have any housing built on that site.
To To me, the sooner the better.
All right, I think, I think what people were expressing earlier was that they are still interested in having low-income housing. For the majority, I think I heard maybe Rick and DJ weren't necessarily real concerned with that, but other people were. But go ahead and correct me if I'm wrong there. Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, so I think that, basically the kind of the genesis of this whole exercise was to try to increase low-income housing. And yes, we could potentially get $1 million for this property with less strings attached to it, and then we can then, say reinvest that or go to support low-income housing. But now that brings us another year or 2 or 3 away from what our goal originally was, which was to get some low-income or senior housing over there. So yeah, we could get. It's a good idea that Rick and I believe TJ were supporting, but it also, I think, doesn't take into account of what our goal originally, or the council of last year, what their goal originally was to, get more affordable housing out there. And yes, we could get $1 million, but that still leaves us then, years away from achieving what was the initial goal of trying to sell this property. So I'm not really in favor of going out for the largest amount of money. I still would rather see strings attached in terms of lower or low to mid income housing.
Okay, Vanessa is up next. And Vanessa, your phone is on mute. I can't unmute it for you, but you should be able to unmute it. We'll let Brad jump in while we're waiting for Vanessa. Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think one thing that I should have brought up during the staff presentation, which maybe kind of, bolsters some of the conversation that's been happening, is that both Susan and I have had 2 separate inquiries from people since the RFP went out, about this property, and others may have as well. But and one of the things we're hearing is that there's 2 things that have changed since the last RFP. One is the market, has changed in terms of land values, and second is the availability of different financing, particularly related to ARPA and other sources of funding. So what we're hearing is that if we did go out with another RFP, there may be some some other parties out there that would respond to that and may bring some different proposals to the table for financing, given the new world of federal subsidy that has been coming forth since this RFP was issued.
All right. Still waiting for Vanessa. I'm told that if any of you guys are on phones out there, if you hit *6, that should unmute your phone. And Vanessa, go ahead.
I think it worked. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you. I wanted to answer the question that's been asked a couple of times about Rick's proposal, and I am not in support of casting that wide net, because we keep hearing this point in previous council meetings that there's not enough buildable high density land. And I think it would be very inappropriate if the council decided to move forward today in further conceding the low inventory of high density land for a dollar amount. It is a recommendation of the Housing Advisory Committee to help bolster the Josephine County Housing Authority in cooperation with Jackson County Housing Authority. So I think that that would be an appropriate step, but an RFP, in my opinion, would be the most organized and concise process moving forward, because the council could be very clear with our intentions that we want this to be carved out for affordable housing. We do want those deed restrictions, and we're willing to partner with a local organization rather than ABS, because I think ABS has really expressed themselves, even through non-action, of their commitment to this project and their trustworthiness. So I think that we need to heed that and move forward with an RFP for high density affordable housing.
All right, so it sounds like we do want to move forward with an RFP, but this time ask the participants to include a timeline for what they're proposing. And we'll have that be part of the judging. Is there anything else, Aaron or Brad, that we might need to review before we go forward with that?
No, if you want to keep the same spirit of the original one, then we could make sure that in the criteria associated with the responses that a timeline is also something that they're being judged on.
I just want to add, Brad, too, is I'm assuming that when Brad said there were other people interested, that other local people, that also included affordability of housing, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. I that was inferred, but I wasn't quite sure whether I inferred it myself or whether that was a fact. So thank you for that, and I agree.
Yeah, and it will not take us long to turn this around with just that minor amendment that you've been talking about, and we can even send council, a draft of it, by the end of the week. I mean, if council wants to see what goes out, we can certainly do that.
That sounds great, Brad. Yeah, if you send it to us first, and then give people a week or so to shout about it if they have any problems with it, I think we'll be in good shape there. Next up, we're going to discuss Art Along the Rogue, which is our Chalk Art Festival. And Aaron, are you going to lead that one for us?
Sure, I can lead that. Don't have a specific presentation because we've already talked about Art Along the Rogue and it moving forward. This discussion is being brought up today that it was a discussion that came through the mayor, council president, city manager discussion, where we were looking at the impacts of COVID in the community and other events that are not happening, the numbers that are hitting our county specifically, and the concern associated with the COVID numbers and the city having an actual sponsored event. And so that's why we needed to bring this to council, is for council's consideration on whether or not we should not do Art Along the Rogue. And it really, the discussion that occurred at the table with the mayor and council president was, one, the COVID numbers, they're extremely high, deaths are high, and then also the public perception and the potential spread issue or perception of spreading with the event, the enforcement of someone needing to enforce, the city becoming the mask police at these events, etc., has a lot of potential conflict associated with it. So these are, I think, some of the general things. Mayor, I hope I sort of summarized our discussion a little bit, and I'll turn it over to you and or council president if you have anything else to add on that.
All right, thanks, Aaron. Yeah, we do have some concerns about going forward with this event right now in the middle of the COVID surge. But Larry Evans with the COPA committee is here.
I am. Can you hear?
I can, Larry. Yeah. Do you want to talk before we get into a big discussion about this?
Well, yeah. Just before I do that, I just wanted to clarify the last statement that if you look at the rolling 7 and 14-day average, we actually are heading down with a 35% decrease of COVID cases over the last 14 days, and also hospitalization admissions are down by 6%. And if I were to project out the graph, I mean, no one can guess the future, but if you were to project the current curve we're on, by the time we get to the actual event date, we could be back under the high risk category. So, I mean, it's all a guessing game. It's been hard to judge where this virus is going to take us on any day to day, but I did want to bring the numbers back up to date that we actually have reached a peak and have been going down for the last 2 weeks. That said, I'll bring you up to date on what we have done as a team on the COPA committee, and also the shorter team members that have been planning this event, that we have reached our sponsorship goals and actually completely funded the event, along with the help from the city. Your original city funds of $10,000 were there. Evergreen is in with $2,000. We've gotten $6,000, so $1,000 more than we had hoped for sponsorships, which then you would match at $5,000. Our vendor spaces have all been sold, bringing in another $1,500. The chalk squares is an anticipated $500 revenue coming in, brings our budget to $25,000, which is more than we had accounted for. So with that in mind, we actually have 7 featured artists all ready to go, 8 musical groups ready to go, 20 art, food, and beverage vendors ready to go. All of them are committed, no matter the risk of COVID, in their opinion. So that's kind of where we are as a group. So I just wanted to kind of get that, kind of bring you all up to speed, since you may not know those details at this point, since we haven't regrouped since we started. My other thought is that the city has had good success, although it's not a sponsored event, but the farmers market's been going on every weekend continuously all summer. And when I look at the crowds there on a Saturday, and they also have an art component off to the side, it's about the same amount of people flow in and out over those 3 or 4 hours. I realize that Art Along the Road would be a 2 to 3 day event, but we're also taking up more space. So when we planned the map for this event, we actually put some more space between the vendor tents, and the art squares are spaced out more. And we would also have signs up reminding people about the mandated masking outside and that sort of thing. So that's kind of where we are at this point, and we are getting down to the nitty-gritty here with only 2 or 3 weeks away. So any pause or delay will impact the event, because we've got radio spots, radio interviews, newspaper advertising that is all on hold at this point. So that's kind of it for me. I mean, I could answer any more questions, but that's an update from our team here.
Thank you, Larry. Yeah, it sounds like you guys have done a really great job putting together sponsors and special events, and that is why we're having the conversation now rather than later, even though it is hard to predict the future. Is my understanding that the longer we wait, if we were to cancel something at the last minute, it might really mess you up. So I think it's my understanding that we can do a decision now, sooner than later, I guess. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Although I don't really take this as a personal event. I take the community and the city. And when I've been out asking questions, there's a lot from all the sponsors that I've been with, and the people, there's a lot of energy. Everyone's excited about it going forward. So I kind of look at it as all of us, we're all involved in this. So that's kind of my position.
All right, thank you. We do have some counselors with their hands up. So Brian, it looks like you're up.
Thank you. So when I first learned about us, possibly canceling this, I was really on the fence. It's a hard thing. Right now we're just kind of cresting the peak of this surge, and a few weeks from now, in all likelihood, it's going to be much less than it is right now. But I'm not a medical professional. So I reached out to one of the doctors that came to present to us at the council meeting a few weeks ago, and I discussed it with them, and I reached out to a veteran nurse that I know, that I trust, and I asked her opinion. And just to summarize kind of what they said, neither of them gave me a hard no, but neither of them also gave me a hard yes. They were both kind of, there were points and counter points to the whole thing. So, given the fact that it is outdoors, given the fact that the event is not tightly crowded, it's not like you're at a Oregon football game where you're sitting shoulder to shoulder, or for a Grants Pass High School football game for that matter, shoulder to shoulder, which happened last Friday. Art Along the Rogue is, people are fairly spread out. And so my inclination is to keep it on. And it's not an easy decision, but I think given all the factors and all the things in play and the fact that it's 3 weeks out still, I think and if our messaging is pretty strong with masking and distancing, I think I could be comfortable with it continuing.
Thank you. Kurt, you're up next.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I told you all a long time ago that I wasn't going to ask a question just to hear myself talk. But really, that's all what I wanted to do, was make sure this was working. So I think I somewhat agree with what Brian said. I'm concerned about the event. But I guess we'll just see where we're at when it happens.
Rob.
Yeah, hi. Well, first, I'd like to respond to Larry. And I just have to say, because I really don't know you very well, but I have to say that I'm super impressed with what you've been able to put together with a first-year effort. I'm actually pretty blown away. I wasn't expecting you to, I wasn't expecting bad things from you, but I'm really pleasantly impressed with how much you sound like you've gotten it together as a first-year effort. Kudos to you for all that work. That's impressive. I've watched this event from year one, and I've just watched little increments and all the backtracking and step forward and step back, and it's pretty amazing that you've been able to go so quickly forward. But with regards to what we're seeing, it was probably over 2,000 people at Mellingram Field on Friday night, and they actually are shoulder to shoulder. Whereas Art Along the Rogue, not only is it less crowded, but people are generally moving. They're not moving quickly, but they generally are walking around. Generally, not everybody. There are people who are going to sit and listen to music, but generally there's movement involved. The other thing I need to mention is that last night I went for a walk. I walk every night, but last night, beautiful night, and when I went by Long Ridge Park, there were more kids there in the playground area than I've seen in months. There was probably a dozen. There were probably 2 or 3 adults. They were all having fun. There were kids on the double swing, kids running, laughing, wrestling, and it was great. And it was just, to me, a major step back towards normalcy. And normalcy means people being able to be social, people being able to be happy, people getting out of their house and doing something other than playing video games. And I think that this is, obviously it's a value judgment on my part, but I think it's an uplifting, fun, wholesome music and art event. Financially, for the restaurants that are open at night, it's huge. It's absolutely huge. It's probably the biggest day of the year for the surrounding businesses. I have a business right there, and I think I've mentioned to everybody before, it's not a financial windfall for me by any stretch. We have about twice as much foot traffic for 1/4 of the ticket price. So I don't want anyone to think that that I'm looking at this financially from my own perspective, because I'm not, but it's huge for the surrounding businesses, absolutely huge. It's huge for the happiness, I believe, and the uplifting of people's spirits. You know, when we heard the doctors speak a few weeks ago, or whenever that was, we were told that, you know, COVID's going to be here forever. And I think we all kind of realize that in one form or another. And there's going to be upswings and there's going to be downswings. And, you know, at what point do we, you know, cancel downtown Halloween, you know, or the, you know, downtown Christmas or whatever it is? There's going to be ups and downs. Right now, it's kind of as it was predicted a few weeks ago when the doctors came in as far as the numbers going. And we know that there's no solid predictions. There hasn't been since for a year and a half on this thing. But I think it's trending in a direction that can make me feel comfortable about it. I think that I really, again, last night, especially when I saw the kids playing in the park, you know, what's the alternative for me to put on my city council badge and say, no, all of you go home. You're having too much fun and it's too dangerous. You know, I can't do that. You know, I'm not going to, especially with other adults, I can't really treat them like children and say, don't go to this event. You know, if they feel that it's going to be uplifting and fun and happy and good for them, you know, I'm totally okay with them making that decision for them. And if somebody feels the need to double mask, or if someone feels the need to not go, or if someone feels the need to get the vaccine to bolster their immune system, you know, that's all great. You know, let them do all that. If someone gets there and gets a little antsy because there's too many people close by and they feel the need to go home, I'm sorry they came out and wasted their time, but there's options for people. But the one option that I would like to provide as a city councilor is a fun, happy, uplifting potential for us to move back towards normalcy. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Valerie, you are next.
Well, I think Rob pretty much hit on my points. I also agree we need a positive event. I'm looking at the trending numbers, and pretty much just like they expected, the peak was the first week in September. For a second, you know, so now we're kind of trending down. This is not going to go away. I mean, hopefully it'll go through cycles. And yet at the same time, we all know how important social and getting out, since it's an outdoor event. It sounds like Larry and the committee have done everything they can to make sure that there is distancing. And I do appreciate that. And it needs to be, you know, advertised and said that, you know, masks are highly recommended. But I am in favor of moving forward and having it.
Thank you. Joel?
Being friends with a lot of the older folks that are more at risk, if they feel that it's going to be a threat to their lives, they won't go. I honor those folks that ask the question, and I honor the folks that would feel differently and would cancel the event. And I think if it was 3 months ago, it probably would have been an appropriate thing to do. I view it right now kind of as a reactive thing after the peak has already gone by. And we need to make good decisions as individuals. We need to move forward. We need to have a community. And we need to have art along the road. So, and I thank all people with all views on this. I certainly wouldn't condemn anybody else for thinking differently.
DJ.
Yeah, so my knee-jerk reaction was not necessarily liability, but responsibility. You know, and after hearing the comments of my colleagues, Rob, I really liked what you said about having the options. You know, let's create an event. Let's have the options. You know, it's a personal choice whether it would be a danger to you or not, and also while thinking about others. So just to keep it brief, I think let's entertain this event with caution and protocol. Thanks.
Rick.
I'm also in favor of moving forward with this, as statements that Rob and Valerie and Joel have said. So I think it would be great to continue having it. And an outdoor event, I'm comfortable with that, and it's people's choice to attend or not. Thank you.
Okay. From what I've heard, we don't really need to talk about this any further. We'll just thank you, Larry, for your work and the committee's work on organizing the event, and encourage everybody to behave safely and social distance and wear their masks if that's what our rules are at that time. Which can you remind us, Larry, what is the date for the event?
October 1st, first Friday. We'll start with two musical groups on Friday evening, and then the vendors will be setting up that afternoon, and then the chalk artists will begin on Saturday morning, October 2nd, and more musical acts that day. And then the Sunday on October 3rd, the chalk artists will finish their masterpieces, and people will come in and out, and there'll be some more music on Sunday as well. And then it wraps up around 5 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. So I do appreciate you bringing this forward and having a discussion. It's all good. You all said wonderful things. So I'm very pleased to hear how this has gone, and we're happy to produce a great show for the city. And I'll get back on the horse and we'll ride off into the sunset together.
Very good, thank you. Rob, right. I'm not sure if your hand is up again or still.
Very, very briefly,
Okay.
Larry, I just want to say, I don't know what you charge for the kids squares, but I'm happy to finance all the kids squares that are on H Street, on the north side of H Street between 5th and 6th, and make those free for the kids. And whatever you guys normally would charge, I'd be glad to contribute that.
Well, thank you, Rob. In that case, they're $200 each. That's a joke. No, they're $5.
Well,
if that's the case, I'll split it within 50-50.
Thank you, Joel.
I love it. Yeah, they're only $5 each, and you and I can speak. I'll stop by your store, or I can reach out to you in the next few weeks, and that's very generous of you, and thank you very much.
Yeah, whenever you want to talk, call me or come by. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Rob.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have agenda review. And I guess I'll just start off by saying I know it was a bit of a surprise to all of us here that we're suddenly doing Teams meetings. But there were, just seemed like the thing to do. We're the only group, I guess, the only city in the region that had been meeting in person, and just in light of the high spread, it seems like all over the place. I know lots of people now who have had it. I know somebody who's died from it here locally. So we do have a lot of COVID still here in the area, even though thankfully our numbers are going down. Unfortunately, we're going to be in this format for at least a few weeks, and we'll just watch those numbers and see how we trend, and hopefully we can get back together soon. But thanks for y'all hanging in there today. We do have a meeting on Wednesday night, so it will be online. Start off with a proclamation for the Seroptimists. Then we have council action item is the water treatment plant phase 1 design build services. We have several, why can't I think of the word, consent calendar items, a resolution that would award Gilbert Creek Park parking lot reconstruction, a resolution to award the City Hall canopy re-roof project. Sorry, that one's been moved. That will be coming up next month, but not this week. Findings of fact for the amendment to the development code regarding social services facilities. A motion that would be the fact for amendment to the development code. Articles 12, 19, and 22 that pertain to the multi-dwelling standards. And then some appointments to the Urban Tree Advisory Committee. And then next week's workshop, we will be discussing public easements for river access in a couple locations along the river. We will have an update on the Urban Renewal Agency program descriptions. We're going to discuss annexations and have an executive session on labor negotiations. So 2 things to start off with. First of all, we have a question about doing, we have a couple of different requests from local groups that are operating on city property, but they don't own the city property, and they've requested, they have an interest in, I guess, us turning over the property to them, either by purchase or donation. So we need to decide whether we're going to have those discussions in executive session or start out the discussion in public session. I'm going to have Mark chime in here in a minute, but I was thinking that personally, I believe the first step should be for the city to decide whether we still have an interest in retaining those properties before we go into a decision about whether or not, I guess, to sell or donate the properties. And I think that discussion should be in open session, but it would need to be somewhat limited because we don't want to get into a complicated discussion about, you know, selling prices and bottom lines and things like that that would typically be an executive session discussion. So Mark, you want to chime in?
Yeah, so I personally believe it should be an executive session. It does not have to be. It's always the council's privilege as to whether or not to hold something in executive session. But if you have a request by a private entity to acquire city-owned property, then to me that necessarily implicates real estate negotiations, which are fair game for executive session. That said, I think what the mayor is asking is, does the council want to have a portion of that open just to gauge the interest, the general interest in potentially parting with a particular piece of property? That's kind of a fine line because I think that just that general discussion about whether or not you want to keep a particular piece of property may impair your ability to negotiate down the road should you decide that you are willing to part with it, because it'll be fairly evident how badly the city wants to keep it. But that said, this is it's the council's discretion as to whether or not you want to hold something in executive session. And if you do decide that you want to have an open discussion about that, please tread lightly and keep it very vanilla as far as what you would like to do with the property. I would say just limit it to yes or no. I'm willing to have further discussions on what to do with this property vis-a-vis the overtures from the private entities. And I would recommend that you have that further discussion in executive session.
Aaron and Rick, is your hand up for something else?
Yes, for something else.
Okay. Did anybody want to chime in on this discussion, or do you want to have a few minutes to think about it and come back to it?
May I comment?
Yes.
This is DJ. Yeah, I think as Mark said, this is a council's privilege. It doesn't seem like we can have much of a conversation. Well, should have much of a conversation regarding property sale negotiations, and this is protected under executive session. My sentiment is we should have an executive session to talk about this. However, our constituents deserve to know what it is that we're considering and what decisions we come up with.
and I would like to have a candid conversation about the requests. So let's have an executive session. That's my sentiment thing.
See, Brian has his hand up. Is that on this topic, Brian?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll just say that I generally concur with DJ, and I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
And Valerie?
Well, I kind of have a question. I guess both of them are basically asking for it being gifted, or if I'm correct. Am I correct? I mean, that it seems to me, I think that's what they both wanted, was would we be willing to gift them the property, which to me is kind of like I'd almost like to have both of them be there for their side of it and have them do a presentation on what their reasons are for wanting, what the advantages that they see in having the property on their own. And I think that could be done in an open session. And so I'm not so sure that, we go after that and go into executive session, but it seems to me in both cases, we're not really talking about negotiating a price, because the price isn't really a price. So I'm mixed on it. I guess I'm mixed on it. And I feel like without having somebody, in their case, them coming and really giving me a sales pitch as to what are the advantages that come to you, and I don't know that I'd get that in executive session. I think I might get that more in an open session. So I'm just going to throw that out there. And
Thanks, Valerie. Well, it is the privilege of the council to go into executive session, so I need to hear that at least 4 or 5 of you maybe want to do it in executive. Joel?
So if this is the biggest decision we have to make this year, we're in pretty good shape. Because it will work both ways. I'm always hesitant to go against the advice of my lawyer. And I would like to at least start out in executive session and see where it goes from there. And then that doesn't rule out a public session or a presentation in the future if we need more information. But that's where I'm at. And we don't want to take ourselves too seriously. This isn't the most important decision I've ever made in my life.
Mayor, I need to just break in here just for a second. I'm starting to see an increase in the number of texting, typing in conversations as sidebars, just like that on the screen. We need to hold the conversations really to you acknowledging them and then them stating their opinions for this process, instead of having another line of communication through typing.
Okay, thanks. For what it's worth, I wasn't paying attention to the typing, but I think, okay, we heard from Joel, so next up is Rob.
Yeah, I would agree with Joel. I think that following Mark's advice, at least starting out in executive session is the way to go. I would be curious to hear from the two groups, but I think starting out in executive session is where we need to start, and then we can be flexible from that point forward.
All right, we need one more. Is that Rick? Go ahead, Rick.
I'm also in favor of executive session for reasons stated. Thank you.
Kurt, I think you have a microphone, you said? I know Kurt's been...
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't have my hand up. I was just
Okay,
saying,
I just followed you since I saw you were in the chat.
all right. Well, I was agreeing with Brian that I think Valerie's making a good point. I think we should hear why they want it, what's the advantage, and I think the public has the right to hear the same thing.
So you're saying open session?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have Valerie and Kurt for open, but I have Rick, DJ Brian, Joel, and Rob for exec, and I haven't heard from Vanessa. But it sounds like we have a majority interest in executive, so I think we can move on. DJ, you had something you wanted to bring up, and then Rick, I know your hand was up too.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Hey, Joel, I talked to you about something you had asked for about mental health awareness and drug addiction. And just for the sake of for everybody understanding what it is you're asking for, we desire to get this on the agenda for you, but we want to know exactly what you want. Would you like community partners to come talk? Do you want that to be memo format or otherwise? Could you just clarify that for everybody, please?
Sure, and it could be any of those. What I was looking for was we have a joint committee with the county on health, and what I was really interested in, what is the existing condition in terms of our mental health and addiction treatment resources? So do we have adequate resources to treat people for mental health and addiction here in the city and the county? And I know that committee has been discussing that, though I know they've also had a hard time meeting. And then opportunities to partner, if they're not adequate, to increase those so that if somebody has an addiction problem or mental health, that we just don't ignore that, and we treat superficial things rather than causes. Does that make sense? Am I communicating? So I would like a presentation from some folks that are experts in those two areas in our community to say, are those resources adequate? If they're not adequate, how do we increase them?
Sounds kind of like a needs assessment.
Yeah, Joel. I think that gives me enough clarification about just exactly what you're wanting and the importance of the committee perhaps being there and some shareholders. Thanks.
I just wanted to add that at one point, and didn't you, Joel, give me that? Isn't there a needs assessment out there that All Care put together, a Josephine Jackson County needs assessment of that? I mean, that comes to mind. It seems to me there was something that was out there that I had read, and I was just kind of wondering who put that together.
Yeah, this was like 2 years ago when I was on the committee. There was a task group looking at that, if I remember correctly. And I don't know what the status of that is, or as a former manager of a medical office, I have my perceptions, but I wanted to get the reality from the experts in the field. And the other thing is, those towns and counties that have been successful in treating homelessness have addressed those issues rather aggressively. And those that haven't, it didn't make any difference what they did. It didn't make any difference. So I was thinking that was a pertinent subject in a subject that's dear to all of our hearts and our town.
Well, I totally agree. I couldn't agree more. Do you know some towns that have been successful that maybe we could bring in and have them say what they have done, if that would be a second?
I've just been through the internet and looking at different towns. I'll look further and see. There's a lot of grants out there right now that partner with nonprofits and medical institutions in those areas. So there's a tremendous amount of them, and how we leverage our community relationships. The richness of relationships overcomes scarcity of resources. How we do that together as a community could make a difference.
All right, thanks. Was there anything else that we needed to get added to the agenda?
Yeah, This is Joel again. Oh, where's my, what?
Okay, go ahead, Joel.
Okay, I'm sorry. I lost my hand. I can't raise my hand anymore. That's horrible. Has that ever happened to anybody? Anyway, so the pool committee is finalized their recommendations last meeting. They're going through one more email confirmation of it to make sure they captured it accurately. That should be coming. So in the next month, I would say give it a month's time to work it up to us that they met their timeline of getting it to us this fall, and that we put it on the agenda to consider the replacement of the caveman pool.
Okay, we have their recommendations slated for October 11th. Do you think that's going to work out?
Yes, and if it doesn't, then we will be flexible, or we will just have a good time.
Sounds good. We have a couple of weeks to make the change. Valerie.
Thank you.
Yeah, this one's for Jason Kennedy, and I'm sure he's tired of hearing from me all over and over again, but resiliency plan. I know he had said that this fall they were coming together up with a resiliency plan, and so I'm just kind of keeping him honest and asking him where that is in the process.
So we have just finalized the resiliency plan, and the phase 2 of that is updating the emergency operations plan. I'll get it on the agenda for a future meeting for you.
Okay, how far out are we talking? Just out of curiosity.
I'll look at the agenda. We could probably have the resiliency portion in front of you in October or November.
Okay, thank you, Jason.
Mm-hmm.
DJ?
Yes, thank you. Just briefly, since we're talking about agenda, the Board of Commissioners, as everybody knows, we meet every month with them. And if anybody had any topics that you think is prudent to bring to the table between the meetings, please get out to Sarah or myself, and we'll make sure to get it on the agenda. We have some agenda items for this month, but I think it's really important that Council has a direct opportunity to have a thread of communication with the Board of Commissioners. So just let us know. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Anything else for today? Brian, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just had a real quick, it's basically just housekeeping for whoever keeps this agenda. The items for future workshops, Urban Renewal Agency could be taken off, and the Caveman Pool can be taken off of there now. Thank you.
Thanks. And Rick and Aaron, is that your hand up?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. It's sort of just an administrative action that I was needing to get clarification from council on. We had a request to provide information on properties we were looking at and contact information for an urban campground from All Care. That was executive session material, but was wanting to know if council has any objections to providing and sharing that information to All Care, as they're taking a lead right now, it sounds like, on looking at acquiring property and ultimately even maybe applying for a grant through the county's ARPA program. So if there's no objections, I can provide them with that information, basically, I guess would be the question.
I guess I'm hesitant.
Yeah, I have no objections, Aaron.
I have no objections. Yeah.
I saw Brian's phone go up. And DJ, I think, may have a question. DJ, do you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question for Aaron or Mark. In relinquishing that information to All Care, would they be held by the same encouraging standards to keep that close to the chest for now? The same way that council has that privilege?
No, they would not. The privilege, kind of as I touched on before, lies with council. I don't know if Aaron and I have really too much heartburn over releasing this information, but because it is in fact council's privilege, we don't have the discretion just to release it. So that's why Aaron is letting you know about that request. My feeling is once it's released to, if council chooses to release it to one entity, then I think any other person or entity can obtain it through a public records request, because we've basically relinquished our privacy interest in it at that point.
So yeah, that question was just for clarification, but moreover, I'm totally fine with relinquishing those things.
Rob, is your hand on this topic?
Yeah, I have no problem relinquishing the information. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick?
So I have a question for Mark. Does this have any implications on the lawsuit in showing that we've been looking at land and that type of thing, or that doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter at all.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, I think I've heard the majority speak up in support of relinquishing it. So unless anyone wants to make an argument here against why we shouldn't, we'll move forward with that. All right, Valerie, your hand is up.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I don't know, maybe I was looking down at this longitudinal parking study, and it made me wonder whether we have put out for whether we have gotten any feedback or from hiring somebody for parking downtown, whether that went out through or not. Just curious.
Not from community development. There has not been any kind of public notice on that item at all.
I guess my question is that if we created the position to have a parking person, and I'm just wondering whether that actually went out through human resources, whether we've hired anybody. Is that happening through HR, I would assume, and has it been put out in the public for that position? I guess my question goes to Aaron.
So I think the chief is on, but he's muted. Now he's unmuted. I'll let him say what we're doing.
Okay.
Hi, Aaron. Yes, that is going out. It should be going out this week with our position as well, but we are finalizing that. HR are pretty swamped, but they should have it out by the end of this week.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anything else for agenda review? Okay, we are going to go into executive session, and I'm going to read my statement in a minute, but I just wanted to let you all know, first of all, those participants that have access to executive session, you should have an email with a separate meeting code to allow you to get into the executive session. And let's reconvene at 4:15. So the council will now meet in I guess, do I have to have a call to adjourn into a motion to adjourn into executive session?
I move to adjourn into executive session. Let's do a motion to adjourn to an executive session.
Thank you. I think I heard